It is now 0900 hours, and if everybody is ready, we'll commence with this portion of the budget. Commissioner Rice will lead us in the pledge. Commissioner Rice, if you will.
If you'll all join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comments period may be allowed on individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairman. It is requested that members of the public provide public comment on those agenda items when they are considered. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on matters which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, and control. It is requested that the public comment be specific or respectful of differing viewpoints and that individuals do not engage in personal attacks or become disruptive of the orderly conduct of the meeting. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and the control of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there any public comment? And Ms. Wood, that includes you as well. Do you have any public comment? What happened? Natalie, can you hear us?
Good morning, Natalie Wood for the record. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but we have not been able to hear you. So I don't know if you're waiting on me.
Natalie, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Are we ready for public comment? I do not have any public comment on our
public comment. There apparently is no public comment here at the chambers. Do you have any public comment, Natalie?
No, sir. We do not have anyone attending or calling in for public comment.
Okay, that being said, public comment is now closed. We'll do approval of the agenda. Approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, or to combine two or more agenda items for consideration and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the agenda be approved as presented.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion is carried 5-0. Now we'll move to the administrative agenda. This is item number 1 for possible action, discussion to approve the final, or the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget for all Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds. Discussion may include general overview of the Douglas County budget, including, but not limited to, presentations on the following general fund departments, including supplemental requests, special revenue funds, including supplemental requests, debt service funds, enterprise funds, including supplemental requests, internal service funds, including supplemental requests, capital projects funds, including supplemental requests, and redevelopment agencies. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record, Chief Financial Officer. Today we have a few cleanup items from yesterday's discussion on the general fund that I wanted to clarify, and then we will discuss general fund revenue and finish off the general fund, and then we will move into the special revenue fund categories, and these are funds that are legally restricted. They have to be segregated. They have to be used in the fund that they are housed in. But first of all, I would like to clarify some of the questions on the general fund salaries. And these are some of the follow-up questions from yesterday. And I wanted to give you the big picture of salaries from the general fund. And part of the issue with the comparison you're looking at is fiscal year 19-20 actuals versus the budget for 21-22. So I wanted to give you some perspective on that. So the fiscal year 2019-20 adopted budget was $22 million, and these are general fund salaries only. I apologize, it says salaries and benefits. $22,309,575. The actual salary expense was $21,717,319. That's what you were looking at yesterday, and comparing that to this number. We have a vacancy factor. It does take a while to recruit. We sometimes have positions that are hard to fill and do stay vacant longer than expected. So in fiscal year 2019-20, the difference between the adopted budget and the actual is what we consider the vacancy factor. And for that year, it was 3%. Now for fiscal year 21-22, as I mentioned, we include a vacancy factor. It's 1.4%. But if you look at the 2021 adopted budget for personnel, as opposed to the fiscal year 21-22 proposed tentative, it's actually a very minor decrease, and some of that is, I spoke yesterday about the position cleanup that we did, and most of that was in the general fund, where positions were budgeted, but they should have been like an on-call position that should not have been included in the budget. So I'm hoping that that helps. I'm going to go through some of the departments that you had specific questions on and show you that. If they're
I'm understanding you correctly, that means there's only been 100,000, 190,000 increase in the salaries from what we looked at, the base. Is that the base number, the adopted budget? Or is the base number the actual?
So this is the current year adopted budget, 22.5, and this is next year's proposed budget.
Yeah, but what we were comparing yesterday, was it the 21,717?
Correct.
So of all those increases, it only went up 700,000, huh? Okay.
So it does look, it's hard to follow because people do transfer between departments, and some departments when you're looking at one department, it may look like it has a huge variance because they had a lot of vacancies that year and then somebody else didn't. But I'll kind of show you some of these examples as we go through this. As far as the group insurance, in November of 2020, the Board of County Commissioners approved an increase in county contributions, which was effective January 2021. And that is included in what you see for a full year for 21-22. There are also increases in the county contribution for vision insurance that were effective in 2021 and of course included in next year's proposed budget. There is we did include funding for a potential increase effective January 1st, 22. All per the labor agreements, single employee only coverage for the health savings account, that increase is borne in full by the county, as well as the county covers the full cost of elected officials and dependents. And again, one of the big factors is where we put a vacancy factor in for the salaries, we do not adjust the benefits for that. So that's something I am going to look at for the final budget. Of course, if it's a position's vacant, we're not paying benefits on that, but we have not adjusted the benefits for that historically. So I will be looking at that for final budget. As far as elected official longevity pay, I know this came up yesterday. Elected official compensation is set by NRS 245-043, and NRS 245-044 applies to longevity pay for elected county officers, not just county commissioners, but all elected officials. So service has to be greater than 4 years. It equals an adjustment of 2% per year to the base salary up to a cap of 20%. And I copied the language right here so you can see that. There were some questions on the retirement cost in the school resource officer section 101-222. There was an additional position, 2 position sheriff deputies that were added in fiscal year 19-20 by the board. And fiscal year 2019, there were only 3 positions in the actual costs, whereas fiscal year 21-22, there's 4 positions budgeted, so that's why you're seeing the increase. As well as there was a 1.5% increase to the employer contribution rate, which you'll see that in that retirement line item. And that's it. I hope that helps. I'm going to show you a couple samples of I know this was one of the sections that was questioned, and you can see, again, this is the adopted budget, that's the actual, so there is a larger vacancy factor in this section. Again, I know the constable, there was questions about the actual, and of course, if you look at the actual amount of $89,000 and then you look at the projected budget, that is a large increase. But if you actually look at the budget, it's not, it's actually a decrease. So that's because they had 64% vacancies in fiscal year 2019. And the same thing in the security section 101-383. And you have copies of this whole report. That was that big report I gave you. It will also be added as supplemental information, and there's copies outside for the public. There was a question on the Sheriff's Department, and it looks, it's very hard to follow the Sheriff's Department if you look at fiscal year 2019-20 actuals, because they did a complete reorganization of their divisions within the Sheriff's Department in fiscal year 2021. I did include that report for you. There's really not much. when you look at fiscal year 2020-21 budget versus, which is the current year, versus next year's budget, there's not much difference, but it is laid out quite differently than the fiscal year 2019-20 actuals. And they reorganized for efficiency. Are there any questions on the personnel? Does that help? Do you have, which ones do you want to? Okay, so let me walk you through one. So this was one that I know had caught everyone's eye yesterday. Let's actually go back to. So you were looking at this number versus, so the 109, 104 versus the 148. That's all you saw yesterday. And that does look like a large increase. But when you look at the budget, we have to budget for positions in the expectation that they're going to be filled. We do adjust for a small vacancy factor. We're very conservative in 21-22 in projecting 1.4%. And we did distribute that across the board, and it may be wise in the future to look at each department's vacancy rate and apply it that way. So I will be reviewing that for final budget as well. That might be more accurate. But if you look at so they spent $104,000, but they had $137,000 budgeted. So there is a vacancy factor.
So basically, the differences you're saying in most of the salaries yesterday were because you have a certain amount budgeted, but people were vacant spots, and that was a difference in the cost.
That's correct. Thank you.
So, Ms. Willoughby and Ms. Cartwright, very impressive reports, and this information is I really appreciate you getting back to us on the questions we had yesterday. Yesterday, I made a comment, or I asked about a line item in the clerk's budget of an expenditure of $125 for uniform or non-uniform clothing. And a member of the public questioned why I would go that deep and look at that particular expenditure. And I think it's important to remind the public that this is not our money. This is their money. This comes directly out of their pockets in the form of taxes. And if we don't watch the pennies, it's very easy for the dollars to get away from us. I really appreciate Jennifer being able to come back later on after I'd asked that question and identified what that cost was as $125 in what was considered non-uniform clothing in the clerk's office. And I just didn't understand why we would be spending any money, for non-uniform clothing, only to find out that that was, if I recall, Ms. Jennifer, you said it was for get out the vote type t-shirts or shirts or whatever it was. And I would almost consider that a uniform versus a personal clothing item. And that's why I questioned it. But, your department is extremely impressive going through this. And I appreciate you being able to get back to us, even in that small of an amount of what it was for. That's very impressive. Perhaps if we had been watching the pennies and the dollars a few years ago regarding public works and the purchase of tires, that if you look at the tires, would not fit any vehicle in our fleet whatsoever. And if we had identified that maybe earlier, and I know that that was before Ms. Willoughby came on staff, but if we had been watching those kind of dollars earlier, we could have probably prevented $1 million loss to our county. So once again, I just want to salute you for your nitpicking of the dollars and cents. And I don't know that the public understands that, but when we go through these kind of documents, and I don't know if the public can see that, but this is just one of our documents that we're going through over the next couple of days. It's down to the penny. It's not rounded off, and I think it's important for the public to understand that, okay? We are looking at the pennies in making sure that our dollars, your taxpayer dollars to the public are well spent. And that's our primary responsibility, as I see it as commissioners, is to make sure that we protect the citizens and their dollars in their pocketbook in this county. And so, and I know that my fellow commissioners share that same sentiment. So I just wanted to express that as we go into today's deliberations as well. Thank you.
If I may, in conjunction with that, there was a grand jury investigation at the time of Tiregate, and one of the quotes, and that was the 2017-18 grand jury, one of the quotes in there from one of the previous commissioners in a prior commission said, the commissioners don't really do anything, it's just an honorary position, and we don't get involved in the business of things. It's a quote. And that's not the kind of commission that we want to have. We want to work with everybody, and we want to know what's going on. So that's the kind of attitude they had in the past. Thank you.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Thank you. If there's no additional follow-up on these questions, I will turn it over to Jenny so she can go over the revenue. And I appreciate your comments. We are a team. We work with the citizens and the commissioners. Well, we're not fighting against anything. I appreciate the questions. I like people to dive into it. And of course, there are answers. So we are happy to provide those.
Good morning, Jenny Cartwright, Finance Manager, for the record. I will when I do the presentation, yeah. So you have in front of you 5 pages of a revenue budget worksheet. This actually belongs in your general fund binder. It was supposed to go at the beginning of the report. So these 5 pages outline the estimate for the general fund revenue, and this covers all of the departments that we went through on the expenditure side yesterday. Each section is projected slightly differently, but taxes are projected based on the assessor and treasurer's office estimates of what we believe we're going to collect this upcoming fiscal year based on assessed property values. And then the remainder of the sections are primarily based on either 3 or 5 year historical averages, but also communication with the divisions who collect those revenues to see what's been going on. Most recently, particularly with COVID, some departments have been affected, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Cartwright, there's a line item in there, DEA funds. Is that drug enforcement? It's page 1, and it's down towards the bottom, 331.871.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Those are Drug Enforcement Agency grant funds that are passed through to the county.
That's all? They're,
Well,
I mean,
Well, typically, as you recall, we now augment grants as they come in, so they're not going to show in your base budget. We would augment those individually as they're received.
DEA doing that, but we got a lot more dope coming into this county than $968. Just a curiosity. Thank you.
So I have a question, Ms. Willoughby. On this taxes ad valorem delinquent, is that delinquent property taxes then?
Terry Willoughby for the record, yes, that would be delinquent property taxes. We have not seen an increase so far due to COVID.
That was actually going to be my next question, is are we seeing a failure of paying property taxes based on folks being out of work and not being able to pay their property taxes?
Terry Willoughby, we have not seen a material impact due to that, and we stay on top of that with the treasurer. And I thought that might have happened this fiscal year. We were very conservative in our projections, but it has not occurred.
We're very fortunate. I believe Clark County and probably Washoe County are probably experiencing greater delinquencies than we are. Obviously, that has to do with our unemployment rate as well, right? So.
Yes, Terry Willoughby, for the record, our unemployment rate has remained relatively stable. And also it does, there is a time lag between the time that you're unemployed, between you're not going to pay your property taxes because you would have to stop paying your mortgage and then they would not pay your property tax for the most part.
So we have a 2.5% increase in about 2,000. Increase from one year, the base of 2020 to 2022.
That's correct. We've had, as I showed you yesterday, we've had some significant increases in the state consolidated tax, which is one of the major revenue sources. We've also seen increased in assessed value, which does translate to increased property tax revenue, so we're very fortunate.
We seem to be experiencing a tremendous decrease in our DMV, 5%. Any thoughts on why that would be occurring?
I'm sorry, what page is that on?
Page 2, under charges for services. Maybe we're not that far yet, or?
Terry Willoughby, for the record. This is the in-person registration revenue that the treasurer receives from getting, and I think because of the delays in COVID, we'll probably see that pick up during the next fiscal year, but we do try and be conservative on that.
Ms. Willoughby, is there do we track the room tax from up there at the lake received by LTVA?
We'll be going over that today in the special revenue funds that's in the room tax fund, but yes, we do watch that very carefully, and we also track, of course, whatever we take in, would translate to how much we pass through to LTVBA.
Thank you. By the way, yesterday, Ms. Cartwright did a really exemplary job of keeping up with all of this. You've done well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, I would give some background on the revenue projections. We do really do a good job of comparing historical data and looking at trends, making sure that we have accurate forecasts. I know I've been quoted as sometimes as just use real numbers, and we make sure that in all funds the revenues are correct and that we're not under budgeting or over budgeting. So we try and stop. As you know, I brought back mid-year revenue projections to the board, I believe in January, and so we'll continue to keep the board updated on any trends.
Ms. Willoughby, in your observations in regard to revenue during the COVID situation, it appears that the county did very well.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, yes. I think a year ago, I was here, when I had to do final budget projections, I thought the sky was going to fall. I think we all did. You didn't know. Everything was shut down, and it just didn't come to pass. There was a few areas where, programs were shut down at the community center, so they were not able to take in revenue for those particular programs. China Spring has been affected because they've had a decrease in population, but there's the Candy Dance for the town of Genoa was affected. The airport was unable to have the air show, but primarily overall we did very well, and the major revenue sources remain untouched, especially in the general fund.
So I know it's early and today, and I can't help, I was looking through this line item, and I couldn't help personally chuckling here when I see a area of miscellaneous revenue donations, dog sniffing, of $26,000, and apparently we're not going to get that this year. So what happened to that donation?
Terry Willoughby, for the record. So donations are not something you can typically count on. So we would bring that back as if we got a donation, then the department would be allowed to increase their budget. So I don't want to say we're going to get $50,000 in donation unless I have a guarantee in my hand that we would get a $50,000 donation, because it's not typically something you could be counted on every year.
If there are no further questions, Ms. Willoughby, we can move on.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby. For the record, I will turn it over to Jennifer. She will start with the special revenue funds. Again, special revenue funds, as we remember from yesterday, are restricted to the use, and each fund has a specific use, and she will discuss that, and will be here to help fill in any questions on the particular funds, but we can't typically move money out of those funds unless it's allowed for the legal requirements of that revenue. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jenny, and thank you.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. We are going to start on the supplemental agenda packet for today's meeting, starting on page 273 of the PDF, or page 1 of 152 in the Special Revenue Fund's tentative budget, which is at the beginning of your second binder, under tab number 1. So the first department is the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension. It's in Fund 202. Unlike the funds the departments that we went through yesterday, each of these departments is in its own fund, so you will see both the revenues and the expenditures within each fund as we go through today's items. So there are some increases in the UNR Extension's budget due to a switch out of a permanent full-time Douglas County employee for professional services contracted line item, and this was something that CFO Willoughby went over in the FTE reconciliation yesterday, noting that position.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Cartwright, let's move on to the next item, 732.
So next
Joint
we have.
powers of attorney. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Jenny Cartwright. The Department, Fund 211, Department 732, the Joint Powers of Attorney is actually part of the Solid Waste Management Department. They have an agreement to manage solid waste in the Tahoe Basin. And you'll notice that there are a couple of items in here that are in case of a pertinent disturbance that the department has sufficient authority to handle any unanticipated events.
This area of federal state water tests of 20,000, how often does that occur? Do we know?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The department notes that the funds are rarely spent. You'll notice that there isn't an actual spend in that line item for fiscal year 2020, our base year. So not often. As I mentioned, this is more of a, in case something happens, they have the authority to deal with it.
I think those are referred to as unforeseen contingencies, which do happen. Any further questions or comments? The next item is Category 211, 733, Solid Waste Management.
Jenny Cartwright for the record, and we are on PDF page 284 or page 12 of 152 in your binder. This is another, this is the main department of the solid waste management.
Just so I can save everybody a lot of time, I assume a lot of these salaries are going to be the same situation as before when there's the discrepancies.
Terry Willoughby for the record, that's correct. And I'd be happy to provide a report at the end of today for these funds if that's necessary, but it's the same. And we don't apply a vacancy factor to non-general fund entities at this time.
On the projected budget, there's no vacancy.
That's correct. At this point, we only apply that to the general fund.
Any further questions or comments? Move on to the next section, 212, 720, Landscape Maintenance District. Ed?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We are on page 15 of 152 in your binder. This is the landscape maintenance district I mentioned yesterday that uses some services from the weed control staff. It right now primarily only services the Montara homeowners district, but there is a possibility for new homeowners association or area groups to join this district. And this fund pays back the weed department for the use of those services.
Any questions from the board?
So in 2021, we had an adopted budget of $10,500 for contract salaries, and we're not anticipating that aspect of coming forward.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is the one that we talked about yesterday where we were cleaning up the contract salaries versus different line items. So you'll notice that in the maintenance of parks and landscape, just the line underneath that, there's a transaction note that we're moving the contract salaries from 516120 into 520149. So the line item expenditure is going to be paid out of a different place this year.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Moving on. Category 214-556, State Motor Vehicle Accident Indigent. This is like uninsured motorists. Would that be comparable? Thank you.
Jenny Cartwright for the record, yes.
$500,000. Wes. A lot of people don't have the.
Terry Wilby for the record. So this fund is actually a pass-through fund. We receive ad valorem property taxes, and then we just send them through to the state. There's a question of whether this should actually be considered an agency fund like the districts, or whether it should remain a special revenue fund. But for now, it's located in special revenue fund. So money comes in and we send it right back out.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a comment, just for the education of the board, the Motor Vehicle Accident Indigent Fund, the state takes those funds and matches it with Medicaid dollars typically. So if there's somebody who's injured in an accident in the county and they have no insurance coverage, this helps pay for that. And there's also a budget item with the state for the current legislature where they would take some of those funds and start to use it for some long-term care obligations for the similar type of purpose, which counties do share some responsibility for financially. The state noted that because of the Affordable Care Act, they were seeing less uninsured people in the hospitals, and so they were redirecting some of that money to long-term care, which NACO supports, actually. So, and a long time ago when I was at Medicaid, I helped administer these funds, so got a little background on it. I've had my finger in just about everything.
Any further questions or comments? Next category, 215-555, Assistance to Indigents. Mr. Casey, you have any comment on this? That's a lot of money.
No comment. It's a similar type of thing that they're state mandates.
Okay, the next category, we're getting into social services. It's Department 216 in the binder, page 25. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is Fund 216, the Social Services Department. We're on PDF page 297, or binder page 25. This is the department that we discussed yesterday as part of the transfers out from the general fund, where operating shortfalls are shored up by general fund transfers. And they receive ad valorem taxes, and there are grants that we anticipate coming into this fund. This is one that regularly receives grants Because those grants are not part of this operating budget, it doesn't show as being currently balanced right now. We will be working on that between now and the final budget to make sure that we anticipate the grant revenue that will pay for personnel, because those personnel are shown as an expenditure line item in this fund. So when you're missing the grant revenue that would cover those expenses, it looks out of balance. And once we finalize that, we will also finalize that general fund transfer.
Ms. Cartwright, these grants, are those state or federal?
Terry Willoughby, these are federal grants that are typically, we don't get much money directly from the state. It's all federal money that comes through the state. And one of the reasons we are so picky about the grant revenue being augmented in rather than included in the operating budget is to set up appropriate tracking for which translates into our single audit.
Thank you.
So we just approved the last meeting, I believe it was, or maybe it was a meeting before, a grant administrator. I take it this is one of the prime areas where they will be focusing their efforts?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that is correct. Making sure we have as little as possible findings on that single audit, and also helping the departments providing guidance in grant administration, as well as looking for new grants.
Any further questions or comments from the board?
Well, I guess my question here is, these are, every year they have to give us a grant, or there's no, for instance, continual grant process on a year-to-year basis? It's just singular?
So oftentimes these are recurring grants that we get each year, but the amount will be different. And so the expenditure amount will be different, and I have to track, or we have to track the federal expenditures for our single audit, if that makes sense. So it's not a guaranteed amount every year.
Any further questions from the board? Moving on, this would be binder page 27, account number 216-550/551, Social Services, General and Medi-Cal.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, now you're seeing the expenditure side of this fund. We previously looked at the revenues, so there are departments under Fund 216. You'll see their expenditures here.
Only one comment from this commissioner. That's a lot of money.
One question I noticed in 520.020, it says due to increase in death rates. Have we had any significant increase in our death rate?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. That was a question that actually came up with the sheriff's budget in the coroner's office, and they had not seen a significant increase in the death rate per se. In the coroner's case, they'd seen an increase in the activity of the coroner's office and the number of times that the coroner would get involved. I believe what's happening in what this department is noting here is that overall the senior population is growing.
Thank you.
that would be, that would increase our costs versus the personal costs of the family?
These are for residents, Jenny Cartwright for the record, these are for residents in need of assistance, so it's not for the entire population, it's for the population requiring assistance with the costs of burials and so on.
Any further questions from the board? Moving on to category 216552, community health nurse. That'd be page 33 in your binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This department also operates under social services and is the community health nurse that has an office for vaccinations, physician help, and so on here in town.
Ms. Cartwright, is this, I know we have a health center at our community center. Is that this particular department?
Yes.
Terry, yeah, we're fighting it over here. Yes, and they also assist with quad counties.
Well, at least we, with three answers, we didn't get anybody that contradicted one another, so that's good. I don't know that our regular or our population understands we do have that clinic in the health in the community center. So I think that's an important thing to point out, is that we do have that item there. So often, too many things that we have in the community center and the senior center are overlooked, not understanding exactly what services they provide. So that's important for our residents to understand. Thank you.
I beg to differ with you on that. I think that they were well aware that that's available over there at the center. Any further comments or questions from the board? Next item is category 216553, Adult Daycare Club. Ms. Cartwright, this seems to have taken a pretty big swing. Any comment on that?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Just going through the categories can be useful to identify swings. The salaries and wages did increase, and the corresponding employee benefits as well. The services and supplies category actually went down just a slight amount from a $28,000 base to $27,672. And then there was a contingency added that obviously is not in the base budget if it doesn't get spent.
I guess that's the question why I keep asking about the salaries, because a lot of these, the numbers are going up because of salaries. And I mean, I don't have any idea what's needed or necessary or what they can get away with, but if these weren't vacancies that were filled, the salaries just went up, or if they hired new staff that wasn't there before, then we're increasing the budgets pretty substantially in a number of these areas.
Terry Willoughby for the record. That's why I went through the FTE reconciliation yesterday with you. There have not been new employees here. There may have been vacancies in 2019-20, and I know this is one of the most vulnerable populations in the county, and these services were closed for quite a while in 19-20 and into fiscal year 2021.
please don't let it be said that I was questioning the services to seniors and our need. I'm saying overall, the general cost of the.
Point well taken, Terry. Just information only that there may have been some people out on furlough in 1920, so.
The line item that sticks out in my eyes here is the risk management line, where we didn't have anything budgeted in 2021, and yet $5,500 almost in 2022. I'm surprised, or why did we not incur an expense there in 2021?
Terry Willoughby for the record. So we are doing a better job of allocating our risk management costs across the departments as more appropriately than we probably were in 1920. And you may see that in some cases where risk management is an internal service fund. It serves all these departments. Obviously, they have employees. They are providing a service. They have risk. So we would be allocating appropriately to all entities at that point.
And once again, this is an extremely important department with our community services department, so just wanted to mention that.
Any further questions or comments from the board? Moving to the next category, 220-998, PALS sales tax. It's page 40 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We're on page 312 of 707 in the PDF. This is the Parks, Airports, Libraries, and Seniors Fund that we discussed yesterday. Revenue in this fund does get distributed per the resolution of the board. So it starts, the packet starts with the sales tax revenue that this fund anticipates receiving, and then follows on to the distribution. And you can see on page 42 of 152 of your packet that it is distributed 55% to the library, 20% to room tax, and 25% to social services. We do not any longer transfer to the airport, even though it's part of the PALS name. The airport is an enterprise fund and therefore does not receive part of this revenue.
So
We just screwed up.
Terry Willoughby for the record. So the background on why the airport additionally is not in there. When we established the resolution, so prior to the resolution being established, there was sort of a negotiation between all the departments. The airport has never taken any of this revenue by their own design. They did not request it. So we sat down with the departments when we established a formal resolution to set the amount so we would not have to struggle with budgeting each year and have more consistency. And these were the allocations that were determined by agreement among all parties.
So the thing I can't help but notice is the library, 1.2 million out of the PALS funds, 55%, and then they're also requesting an additional $750,000 out of our general fund for operations as well. So I think we need to really, I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. I think we really need to take a look at that as we go forward on this.
Mr. Chairman, in reference to the 55% for the library, that's a bottom line figure. Is there any documentation that delineates exactly what's going to be spent where?
Terry Willoughby for the record. The library fund is probably will be coming about 2 funds later, and you'll see that their only source of funding is the PALS sales tax, which is here. This is the money in and the money out, but then you'll see the library's budget and you'll see how they're spending their money. And so their only funding sources are this sales tax and the general fund transfer. And you would have that opportunity to review that. And just to add, they always got the PALS sales tax. It was just they were in the room tax fund, kind of hidden with community services. And so we, with board approval, we set them up in a separate fund and established that so their budget would be more transparent.
I salute you for that effort.
Before we continue, it's 10 o'clock. Does anybody wish to take a break real quick for 10 minutes? Or we'll just keep on going ahead? Everybody okay? Ms. Willoughby, Ms. Cartwright? Jerry? You okay over there? Okay. Okay. We'll keep on going then.
And how's Doug doing today?
This is category 2223901, Law Library, page 43 in the pack and the binder. Right?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This department is funded by judicial clerk fees, and you can see the revenue on page 43, and then the expenditures on page 44 is the revenues, and then page 45 is the expenditures of those collected judicial fees. It's primarily for library materials.
Terry Willoughby for the record, just for your information, there was a transfer in the management of the law library that was approved by the board last year. It was previously managed by the courts and is now functioning under the library. So it's a separate fund still, but she's responsible for management.
Any further questions or comments from the board? All right, Mr. Gardner, you're up next here. Category 224-804, Library. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Fund 224, Department 804 is the library. You can see the FTEs listed on pages 46 and 47 of your packet. And then, as CFO Willoughby mentioned, the two sources of revenue are the transfer in from the general fund and the transfer in from PALS. Those are noted on page 48 of 152 or page 320 of the PDF for those following along at home. And then the expenditures of the library are shown. Jenny Cartwright again. I just wanted to point out that there is no FY 2020 actuals because this is a new department that was segregated out from the room tax fund. So there was no, this didn't exist essentially in this fund in 2020. It was part of Fund 234 room tax. But we did note on each transaction under the services and supplies category what the spending was in the room tax fund in fiscal year 2020.
So you had a 10% increase in salary, and I just would like to know if this was because they didn't have some people that worked last year, the library was closed for a long period of time, or I assume that it's only went up the COLA number like you discussed last year. So maybe at some other point in time you could just let us know that.
Sure, I can probably get that to you later today. It's no issue.
Well, I guess you're looking for some comments from me, Mr. Chair, in this regard. The PALS money, I have no issues with. I'm still not of a mind to go forward with the $714,000 out of the general fund. There's a number of things that concern me in that regard. And I'll just mention a few. Number one, we have no library services in South County. Well, we have a satellite library in the Tahoe Township, which I think is appropriate, but without an offering of the library services in South County, and there's nothing in this budget that identifies any efforts to do that. I also have to notice that our bookmobile goes to the senior center on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 4 hours. I believe it's 10 to 2, if I'm not mistaken. Those hours might be off a little bit. However, while our seniors and other citizens have the ability to use that bookmobile at our senior center, that's certainly within a couple of miles of the main branch of the library, and yet we're not having any bookmobile services, once again, into the South County area. And so I'd like to see, if we're going to approve any more money than the PALS money, I'd like to see us extend services and keep, we have a large population of senior citizens and a large population of small children in South County, in the Topaz area, and keeping them off the roads, I think, would be a benefit. And that's where I would see that the main benefit of the bookmobile is getting down there a couple of days a week versus the senior center, where folks can go over to the main library instead. I don't know that we have, Mr. Noasad, I don't know that we have any library services coming into, extending into North County, or into that area as well. So before we approve a $714,000 expenditure out of the general fund, I think we need to really take a hard look at how we're best expending those funds. And I'm not convinced that our library is meeting their fiduciary responsibility to the county in the use and the guardianship of those funds that we extend to them. So,
Mr.
what I
Gardner,
have to
this
say.
is really not an economic issue, it's a logistical issue. And, for example, a line item, $210,000 for the bookmobile, apparently is for maintenance. You could just about buy a whole new bookmobile for that price. So there's some questionable items that are of a financial nature in here that need some review. And for this exercise, I think we should focus from that perspective. Thank you. Ms. Willoughby, do you have anything about this $210K for the bookmobile? And the other line item was the $174K for overhead. I don't understand what these things are. It's a lot of money.
And that's,
Okay. Terry Willoughby, for the record. Jenny has just pointed out that the gas and oil for the bookmobile is $3,000, and the library materials is actually the $207,000 at the bottom. 210, sorry. To flip the page.
What is that for if it's not for maintenance on the bookmobile? It says library materials, and then there's a note in here, fuel and maintenance for the bookmobile.
So that just the fuel and maintenance explanation goes with the item above it, which is the $3,000. And that was the first year out of warranty for the bookmobile, I believe. So library materials is the $210,000. That's for everything, the books and periodicals that are purchased for the library.
Thank you. That clarifies that.
That's 80,000 more than the year before, and they give a reason why they need so much more. That's 75% budget increase.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. Are you referring to the library materials?
It's 2021 adopted, because can't go to the 220 base. The adopt is 122,000, what they're asking is 210 for this year.
I would point out that the base budget for the spending in the base year, so in the 2020 base year in the old Fund 234, was actually the $207,432 that you'll see on the very last line of page 53. So that was their actual spend. And then they're requesting an increase of $2,568. This sort of speaks to our base budget model of basing each department's need as a starting point with their base year actual spending.
Okay, but you didn't have the base year listed, so I assume that wasn't going to be an accurate number, so I took the adopted budget, and you only had it in 2021, and that's where the 122,000.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. Each line item in this budget notes the base budget that was spent in the old fund. So we did, in fact, have a base year to establish the current year's budget on. I'm happy to get more information about what's going on in the current year with the actual spend. What we're seeing in this report is the budgeted amount for the current year that may or may not be sufficient. They may or may not have needed more or less than in the base year of fiscal year 20. So if you would like more details on the difference between the current year, we can do that as well.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, there was a reduction in fiscal year 2021 because the general fund transfer was reduced. This was part of the budget reductions for COVID. We reduced the general fund transfer to the library, and in turn, she reduced the budget for the library materials.
Ms. Willoughby, looking at the totals, the library appears to be about $24K over budget. Am I reading that right? It's on the last page of the binder 55.
If you look on that same page for the contingency line item, that's a contingency that she did not have in her previous budget because she was not in an individual fund, and now that's included. We don't expect that to be spent, and again, that requires board approval to come back and use that contingency.
Thank you.
But that line item is including the transfer of, what is it, $750,000 from the general fund? So that 24,000 is what is short, which also includes us transferring another $750,000.
In a way, yes. So the contingency is based on the amount of expenditures, and the expenditures are in turn included in the general fund transfer, so correct.
So, gentlemen, fellow commissioners, I'd like you to take a look at that from the 2021 adopted budget to the 2022 tentative budget. We're talking about an increase of $300,000. Now, yesterday, Mr. Cates presented to us from our general fund a request of supplements from various departments for what I consider needs versus wants. And I think when we're looking at financial aspects of our county, while we may desire to have something, we still have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers. And in my opinion, needs outweigh wants to a huge amount. If I had an extra $300,000 to spend, my attitude would be to put additional public safety officers on the street, law enforcement officers on the street, and other needs versus desires. So once again, I'm having a difficult time taking a look at this.
You didn't answer what Chairman Ingalls had asked about the 178,000 overhead, 174,000 in addition to the 883,000 salary.
I'm sorry, Terry, it will be for the record. You're correct, I did not. So admin and overhead is the cost allocation plan that you heard yesterday. That's the library's share of that. That's human resources, me, finance. So that's exactly, she's in her own fund, she's a separate department, she's receiving her own allocation now.
Ms. Willie, what are our options here? I mean,
Terry Willoughby for the record. As you recall, I did talk to you yesterday about certain departments that you might want to have come in and do a presentation between now and the final budget. That's certainly an option. It is your discretion to fund the library as you see fit. She is entitled to, not entitled, the resolution approved by the board set the amount of funding for the property for the Palace sales tax at 55%, but you have discretion over the general fund transfer. And then she would need to reduce her budget to balance accordingly.
I just don't personally see I don't see a justification for an increase of $300,000. So that's my feeling.
But the question, and this is why I missed, and I appreciate you straightening me out, it's 300,000 after they reduced it because of COVID, and they reduced all the budgets, but the base budget the previous year, what is a total of that? I saw the line item you mentioned. So what's the increase over the base budget, I guess, is Commissioner Gardner's question.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I would have to just add up those base budgets to give you that total. We can certainly do that. It would be only in the services and supplies category.
You don't have to do that right now, because I was confused about there not being a base budget to compare it to, and then you explained to me why, and I just wanted to make sure Commissioner Gardner understood that also, because he's looking at the adjusted budget that was reduced.
Terry Willoughby for the record. It is fairly easy to pull together. They were a separate department in the room text fund, so I can get that figure for you fairly easily.
So the other thing I've looked at, gentlemen, is the fact that I took an opportunity to look through our binder number 1 here on the general fund, and I accounted for 27 vacancies that we experienced in a wide range of departments across countywide in our general fund. 27 vacancies. When I look at, and that doesn't include community services, which took a 39% hit in our projections of our budgets from 2020 to 2021. That included 22 furlonged employees and a freeze of 11 positions. So, in the meantime, where we're funding a library to the tune of $2 million a year, and they proceeded to close their doors to our public for an extended period of time because of COVID, did not cut any salaries, and maintained a full staff, yet their doors were closed to the public. So once again, I don't think that they've been a good steward of our public funds. And so once again, to justify going up $300,000 from their previous budget, I think they need to take some hard looks at how they can continue to operate without that $300,000. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Well, based on the information that we're hearing, would the board feel it appropriate to ask the librarian, Ms. Dodson, to come in here and justify this budget in front of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I think that due to the controversy that we've had with the library over the last year or so, I think it would be very appropriate to ask them to come in and justify their budget.
So be it. Mr. Cates, could you arrange that? Thank you.
Mr. Cates and fellow board members, I would also ask us to invite the chairman of the Board of Trustees to join in that as well. Thank you.
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, you could certainly have discretion to make any changes before we adopt the final budget. This is, again, just tentative, and so nothing's final. We can certainly make changes to the final.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Willoughby. It looks like we'll be coming back to the library portion of the budget. Moving on, category 232-431, road operating. In the binder, it's page 56. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Fund 232, Department 431, road operating is part of Public Works that we looked at in the general fund yesterday. There is some information about how many miles of roadways and traffic signals are maintained. We're starting on page 56 of 152 or page 328 of the PDF.
I had one question on this that I'm sure you can give me a simple answer for. But the investment income went down about 50-something%. A lot of it came from this investment, FMV, I assume is fair market value adjustment. What does that line item refer to?
Terry Willoughby, for the record. So every year we have to adjust our investments to mark to market. So we have to do an adjustment to fair market value. So we're not overstating our investment amount, and that's just the difference from year to year, the adjustment. Interest and investment income is also reduced slightly for next fiscal year because we keep seeing interest rates going down. So I hope that helps. It stems back to the Orange County, California bankruptcy issue where they were not doing that, and they created an accounting rule so to protect taxpayers.
Ms. Willoughby and Mr. Cates, we had a huge snowstorm, one of the, down in South County. It was deeply affected in January, and we had difficulty in moving snow removal equipment down to that area of the county. And we had a number of elderly citizens who were pretty much landlocked into their homes with adjacent to county roads, and the inability to, and certainly we were lucky that we didn't have any fatalities based on that, and in the inability to get into medical services through that process. But I'm wondering if we might want to take a look and talk with Public Works in regards to perhaps doing a supplemental request for a piece of equipment that would be available to be stationed down in the South County area, working with one of the GIDs or the HOA down there, a piece of equipment that would be more readily available rather than having to bring it out of the Johnson Lane area. I know it's not going to happen on a routine basis, but when it happens, and we need that facility or that piece of equipment available. So I don't know what the cost would be, but certainly I would like to have us take a look at that. So thank you.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I'll be happy to talk to John Erb about that and see where that could fit. Just for the record, and I know you're aware of this, but depending on where it's at, like in TRE, that GID takes care of snow removal in that area. But down in South County, it kind of depends, as you know. I think there's an HOA down there as well, but certainly that was a big problem this year with the storm, and I'll talk to John Erb and see if there's some piece of equipment that would help, as you suggested. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner, does the GID down there have any snow removal equipment on standing by?
Well, as it turns out, yes, they do, by the way, and they do a good job of snow removal in the GID, to the point of coming by my house and adding 3 feet of snow to the berm I already had of 3 feet of snow. And I had to call the vice chair of the GID to bring a shovel up and help me get my truck out. And it's a 4-wheel drive, big F-150. But anyways, the problem that we existed in, and Mr. Cates called me on that Friday when we experienced this issue, because we had one of our snow plows go into a ditch, and so we had trouble getting that out. And so I inquired, he asked whether or not we might be able to employ additional services from the GID, and those folks were working almost 24, they were getting about 4 hours a day of sleep and operating and keeping just the roads within that GID clear. But we have certainly county roads in Holbrook Highlands that were not able to be cleared, and I had a number of residents up there call me and say, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to get out in order to attain medical services? And then we have a number of also county maintained roads in the Topaz Lodge area as well that we had difficulty. And every resource that we had, in fact, I know I talked with Steve Popacek, the owner of Iggy and Squiggy's in that area, and they actually had to employ a snow clearing service out of the Lyon County area to come over and clear snow, because we just didn't have the resources available. So if we had a piece of equipment that could be on hand in the South County rather than trying to bring it down from the North County, and I would imagine the TRE GID might even allow us to park that piece of equipment on their property. That might be something that I would hope that maybe we should take a look at. That's all I'm saying.
In consideration with that, the same problem existed with the grid, the ranchos. The county maintains Tillman and Kimmerling, but all those other roads are the responsibility of the GID. And we get hit with these storms periodically, and to have all this equipment sitting by and doing nothing, hoping that they're ready when something hits, is it's a lot to ask. And the equipment, you just can't leave it sit. It has to be, you have to run it so it doesn't get just problems that creep up. So I don't know how the solution is, because you've got it down there in the GID and the GID in the ranchos. We have to give them the same consideration. And we just don't, when these things hit, we just don't have the resources to resolve it all at once. We typically get to it when we can. Because I was getting calls from people in the grid saying, I pay my taxes and I want to have my road plowed. And I said, well, where do you live? I said, well, that's the responsibility of the GID. They didn't even realize they lived in the GID and how it worked. So to ask for a separate vehicle to just sit there and wait for it is a little ambitious. That's just my persuasion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Walt Nosat for the record. I've been going through the road maintenance, and I see there is lacking materials needed to fix the roads. For instance, tar, which is not a good thing to do, because there's a little animal down below those cracks that just sucks up that stuff and takes about a year. And asphalt, anything else like that. Can you clarify, please?
What we may need to consider is that depending on the bottom line of the budget when we're completed, if there is available revenue, we could allocate it back to road maintenance at that time. Would that be appropriate, Ms. Willoughby?
Terry Willoughby, for the record. Two things. One is there is a, what line, what's the number? 532094 on page 62. And the materials would be included in that line item. And again, if you look at it's just not separated out. Other maintenance supplies, and then there's also, in the major repair and maintenance line item, there would be supplies included as that. It's just not separated out. So we could work with Mr. Erb to get an estimate of what the materials are for that portion, but they are included. And then certainly if you go, as we recall, you have the fund balance worksheet from yesterday. If you have questions about how much available money is in that fund, you can always go back to that when you're looking at the supplementals.
Thank you.
As an added part of this, I'm looking at the 176,000, or better yet, the 180,000 figure. To repair the roads in this county, of which we have, 171 miles of paved road, keeping them up to shape, that doesn't look like enough money.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, certainly we could check with Mr. Erb. There's also capacity issues. He only has so many people working. They can only do so much each year, but certainly I could ask for him if he would request, if he has a supplemental amount in mind.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Case.
I just want to elaborate on that a little bit. I know in my discussions with John Erb, it's not only their own staff availability, but contractors as well. There's only so many people available to do work. We will have an agenda item on our next regularly scheduled meeting to go over road maintenance and how they approach that. And I can have them provide some historical figures and speak to that specifically as well.
Ms. Willoughby, I go back to this line item, and I know it's not a large amount of money, but this clothing non-uniform. Why would we classify that as non-uniform versus uniforms?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, because uniforms are called out specifically in labor agreements and have specific rules for, particularly for sheriff or other things. Whereas if it's just like shirts that they're wearing, like t-shirts like the clerks, those are not covered under the MOU. So it's difference between a strict uniform like public safety versus somebody else. Like if I had a shirt that said finance, it would be non-uniform. But it's very similar in an application, but there are technical differences.
I just want to make sure that our public understands that this is not for personal clothing expenses. Maybe somebody takes a pair of pants and rips them on the job, and then we're replacing that. I think it's important for our community to understand the differences here between non-uniform clothing and uniforms. So, thank you.
Well, you notice when these guys are out there working, they've got vests on and safety equipment, so it could fall into that category. Anyway, any further comments or questions in regard to this category?
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, I would like to comment that we, of course, when they're out there working, you want them to be identified as a Douglas County employee, not just somebody who's out there working on a road. So there is important safety considerations for having those types of shirts. They're just not considered uniforms.
Yes, for their safety, personal safety, it's extremely important. As gaudy as they look at times, we want to make sure that our employees stay safe on the job. So.
Any further comments from the board? We'll go to the next category, room tax. That's page 65 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We are on page 337 of the PDF. The room tax fund has revenue projections from the both vacation home rental and commercial properties. We did base this on the fiscal year 2020 actuals with a small adjustment downwards just to be conservative. We want to make sure that we're not over budgeting because then we would budget to overspend. And as CFO Willoughby explained, based on whatever we project in revenues for this fund, we have an obligation to pass through a certain portion of that to the visitors authorities. So beginning on page 66, you can see the revenue projections. And then as we get down to the next department, which is room tax administration, you will see the distributions, excuse me, I think it's 234802 promotional room tax has the distributions of a portion of those collections to the visitors authority. There are also some transfers of that collected tax to the road operating fund and Fund 236, which we're going to come to in a moment, and then a small portion goes to the state of Nevada.
What did you say the specify where they were transferred out?
They're coming up in a department of the room tax fund, so they're in Department 234802, promotional room tax.
So, Ms. Cartwright, the 9.8 or 9.8 million and the 3.4 million for Lake Tahoe, that is the combination of TOT and TLLT tax, is that correct?
Jenny Cartwright for the record, yes, that is the 14% collected in the Lake Tahoe area.
Okay, and then the tourism surcharge for Lake Tahoe commercial and VHRs, that's the additional $5 per night that was passed by the legislature 2 years ago, is that correct?
Yes.
So we have a total of $16.6 million that's in taxes that are revenue taxes that are coming out of room tax. And as I understand it, of the Tahoe commercial, VHR, and the surcharges, 61%, did I catch that number correct yesterday? 61% of that goes to LTVA and TDVA? Am I correct?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I would have to pull that up to be certain. I don't have the allocation right here in front of me, but we can certainly confirm that.
I think your revenue for the tennis court lights is short because I spend more than that just for my daughter to play tennis there at Lamping.
Ms. Cartwright, there's a line item in there on page 66 in the binder. The Cale Community Center appears to produce quite a bit of revenue. And Cale passes, what would that category be?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I believe that's the gym membership passes to use the center.
Thank you.
Wow, that kids club generates a lot of income, does it not? 230,000?
Yeah, take a look at Kale Preschool. I didn't know we had youth lacrosse here in the area.
And I would call attention to the fact that although a lot of our residents don't understand it, we do have two lakes. And Topaz Lake generates another $228,000 in revenue on an annual basis as well. So my fellow citizens down there probably will be angry for me pointing that out and causing more use of that facility. But at the risk of that, I just wanted to point that out to the other commissioners.
That's good detail, though.
And our shooting range generates a fair amount of income. I know that we're looking at, we have a self-pay kiosk now at Topaz Lake, but this is all on the honor system at our shooting range, where we have a double lockbox there, and so people have to put cash into a envelope and put it in. But I believe it's on the community services CIPs to also put a credit card kiosk in that facility as well. So we'll see if that increases the amount there.
Any further comments from the board? Next item, 234-801, room tax administration, page 69 in the binder. Ms. Carter.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The Room Tax Administration Department within the Room Tax Fund is primarily for the overall administrative activities, and the main expenditure item is the cost allocation, the admin and overhead line in the middle of page 70 of your binder. And the other main item is the professional services contract for HDL Lodging Tax, which is the company that processes all of the room tax payments and returns that are submitted by both commercial and VHR properties.
Terry Willoughby for the record. I just wanted to add that we're about a year into the contract with HDL companies, and we expect that the cost allocation amount will go down as they get fully up to speed. And that price of the contract also includes auditing every property every 3 years, the commercial properties, and reviewing the VHR information.
So as long as we're talking about HDL, and I was hoping we were going to get to that. I would like to have the board review that contract in the fairly near future, especially with where we're going with our VHR program. My question is when they do the VHR permit processing, I thought that they were getting I'm not exactly, I'm not real familiar with this contract. So anyways, I thought they were getting a percentage of the fees that we charge. I didn't know that there was necessarily an outlay of their services on an annual basis. And so my question is going to be, if we're going to have an administrative assistant to the planning department or into community development, is this something we could take in-house in processing those permits and doing the necessary GIS studies, and also trying to identify those folks who are operating perhaps without a permit. So that's, I'm not exactly sure exactly what all their functions are to the county, and that's why I'd like to review the contract and then see where we are and whether or not it's still a necessary function of an outside firm versus taking that in-house. So, thank you.
Terry Willoughby for the record, and you're correct, there are various parts to the contract. The component you're speaking of, the VHR permitting, is housed in the general fund, as is code enforcement. This piece only pertains to the collection and administration of room tax. So they are collecting, and for commercial properties, it's $15 flat a month. That includes reviewing the returns from the commercial properties, and they will perform an audit for each commercial property every 3 years, which had not been done in the past. And that's the only part that's in this project, that's in this component. So they are administrating the VHR revenue, the room tax revenue from VHR, and the commercial property room tax is what's housed in this particular fund.
So we originally had a contract with HDL for that process, for this process, and then a year or two ago we added the VHR processing to their functions, if I'm not mistaken, or
I can get you an overview of when the timeline. I've only been here 2.5 years, and I brought in HDL for the room tax, so that's probably been at the most 1.5 years, 2 years for the room tax component, but we'll get you a timeline as far as the whole contract. And Terry Willoughby for the record. Jenny just advised me that she's very involved in room tax and VHRs. So the VHR component was contracted to them in August. And I'm not, would that include, that was the permitting component. So we'll get you a timeline.
that was August of last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So not a full year
Okay,
yet.
that's what I'm saying. It's, so, okay. So once again, I'm not sure that if we're gonna employ in-person, a staff in that regard, is whether or not that component still is necessary or not. I don't know. It's just something I'd like to take a look at.
Mr. Chairman, Walton Osad for the record. The $5 a night surcharge ends up going to the TDVA. Is that correct?
Jenny Cartwright for the record, yes, 99% of it. 1% is retained as an administration fee by the county.
Well said. Well done, by the way.
And Terry Willoughby for the record, I would like to add some background on the contract with HDL for the room tax component, is that they're really I had staff that were spending a lot of time, about a full FTE at least, that was spending on room tax administration plus the treasurer. HDL is the experts. They know all the codes. They know how the returns are supposed to be. We were unable to audit because we're not experienced room tax auditors. They are able to provide that service and review all the returns and make sure they're in compliance with the county.
If I may, a little history. We had host compliance originally that were contracted to take care of our VHR problem. And they, in the opinion of many people, did not, let me put this, they did not do what we had hoped that they would do. So we terminated the contract with them and went with the other group, who has done, to this point, a magnificent job of, number one, identifying properties that are VHRs that are not in compliance, as well as collecting the fees. And the fees that have come to the county have increased greatly. They have more than paid for themselves in what they have been bringing in that did not come in before.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying in regards to Mr. Willoughby, in regards to staff and the time spent, and perhaps that's in regards to the collection of that process of room tax commercials. I just want to, see whether or not we're actually getting a bang for the buck in regards to the VHRs, especially if we're going to go in-house with a person. That's all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Just a little bit more information on that. So on the VHR compliance and permitting side of things, HDL is maintaining the system for permitting. It's their application. So when somebody goes on to our website to try to look up to see if somebody's a licensed VHR, that is HDL's system. They're doing all of the front end piece of the permitting, following up with the applicants, making sure their applications are complete. The staffing piece that we have is really focused on the back end compliance piece. And HDL does do some of that, so they go and search through listings and try to find ones that are not legally licensed. And there's some interplay between code enforcement staff and HDL to do that. I think it would be difficult to replace the actual permitting system. That would have to be an application we'd have to develop, but we are looking at that. Assistant County Manager Davidson and I have had a couple conversations about what HDL's contract needs to look like going forward once we have all the staff, so we'll be happy to come back with some more information on that.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, I think before we go to the next, could we take 10?
Thought I had to do that to
You do, and away from it.
Okay, all the commissioners have returned and are available. This would be account 234802, promotional room tax. That'd be page 71 on the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Terry Willoughby for the record. Just one point of clarification, I wanted to follow up on the library total actuals for fiscal year 1920. 1,816,004, and total expenditures for next year are 1.9, which is in your report. It's about an 8% increase. Looks like it's mostly in salaries and benefits, so I'll get that detail for you. But I just wanted to give you the total numbers.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. So Department 234-802 promotional room tax is the department where the collected revenues for VHR and commercial property room taxes are distributed to the various visitors authorities around the area. So you can see that on page 72 of 152 in your binder or page 344 of the PDF.
If I could draw your attention to page 71, the department description, it helps to give an idea of what entities are going to be getting this money.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions. Number one, if I'm reading this correctly, the TDVA out of the room tax collections, for all intents and purposes, gets $1 million a month. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Yes, they're budgeted to receive a little over $11 million for the upcoming fiscal year.
Now, does that include the $5 per night surcharge?
Yes, it does.
And
I'm a little confused. See, I did this good. $5 surcharge goes to the RDA2, right? Is this just funneled through the LTDVA or no? Am I wrong? TDVA?
It's not specifically for RDA2. So the $5 surcharge was an additional amount enacted by legislation on each room night that goes to TDVA. Yeah,
There is no RDA2.
it doesn't have, it's separate from RDA2.
The legislature passed the $5 per night surcharge last legislative session, and part of the purpose for it was for them to construct the event center, but it doesn't go through the RDA2.
Okay, and I notice here on this that the Carson Valley Visitors Authority, their room tax collected is 13%, and yet the amount that we collect at the Tahoe Township is 14%. Can you explain the differences between the two of those?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. There is an additional 1% collected in the Lake Tahoe Township that was implemented under, I can get the information for you about when that was. I have a whole table that shows why we collect each of those amounts, but in essence, there was an additional 1% that was authorized to be collected in the Lake Tahoe Township over and above what was authorized to be collected in East Fork.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to kind of take a look at the reasoning behind that. In addition to that, is the $62.50 per month that's remitted to the Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber of Commerce, is that by statute or is that by our choice?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, that is by resolution of the board.
Resolution, not ordinance, but resolution.
Yes.
Thank you.
And as for the additional 1%, that is in the code, in the county code.
That's by ordinance, not resolution.
Yes.
Terry Willoughby for the record, and to further add more fun to this, the reason that the Valley Chamber of Commerce does not get funding from room tax and the lake does is because the Valley Chamber of Commerce, Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, gave up the tourism promotion, and whereas Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce does do tourist promotion, which is one of the foundations of room tax and the allowed uses, and that's why the Valley Chamber does not get that any longer. They turned that over to the Visitors Authority.
So basically what you're indicating is that we have four entities that are promoting tourism at Lake Tahoe. LTVA, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, the South Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce, and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Unless TRPA, they do not do any promotion? Okay. Boy. So it is, while we only have one, our Chamber of Commerce here on the Valley floor has ceded their promotion of tourism to CVVA, which I happen to serve on both boards, by the way, as a commissioner. But the Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce has not ceded that authority to two other agencies, which have a tremendous more amount of money to do so, right? So,
Terry Willoughby, that's correct. There's three, the lake and the Visitors Authority at the Valley.
a lot of promotion going on up there for that, right?
Any further questions or comments? Next item, 234-805/806/807, Parks Operations and Development. Ms. Cartwright.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. The departmental information starts on page 73 of your packet, or 345 of the PDF. The Parks Division is again part of the room tax fund, so we visited the revenue for this fund earlier this morning. And the expenses start on page 75.
I've been silent on the salaries, and I'm going to jump back in one more time if you don't mind. This one seems to go up $80,000 a year each of the last, at least from one year to the next projected year. Is there a reason for that? And that's a 20% or 18% increase.
I know they have a lot of turnover in these particular departments, particularly these are a lot of times part-time seasonal employees, so they fluctuate with programs and park operations, but I'll get an analysis to you.
That wouldn't affect the annual salaries, which is what these are, and they go from 445 to 520, 55, 85,000, and then 520 to 608, which is another 88,000. So that was my question.
Terry Willoughby for the record. So when there is a lot of turnover in a department and then it takes a long time to recruit, that results in greater vacancy savings. So I will be happy to look at that for you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to that, I think it's important also to point out that in this budget and a lot of the other room tax budgets, they took a significant reduction for FY21 for COVID. So a lot of the vacancies that you see on there were ones they purposefully held vacant to make their budget, and that's why that budget figure for the current, or 21 adopted, seems to be so much lower than the tentative.
Well, that's my question, because it's not. It's 85,000 more than the base budget of the previous year. If it wasn't, I wouldn't even ask the question. But it went up 85,000 with those vacancies.
Yeah, it's an issue of comparing actuals to budgeted. So the actuals in 20, include just normal turnover and vacancy. Whereas in 21, they budgeted full staffing minus positions they've continued to hold vacant. And so in 22, they're assuming those positions will be filled.
Okay, so I'm going to beat this dead horse till it's over. If they budgeted in 2021 for a full staff, then that would be the same for 2022, correct?
Terry Willoughby for the record. No, we held a number of positions vacant and did not fund them in fiscal year 2021. And we have a complete list that was included in this year's adopted budget. We listed probably 20 to 25 held positions. I can provide that detail to you. So they weren't funded at all. And then I will provide the same report I did for you for the general fund, which has fiscal year 1920 budgeted, fiscal year 1920 actuals, 2021, and I'll give you the list of the held positions for this fiscal year.
So that if you didn't budget the full amount in 2021, you still went up 85,000 from the actual ones in 2020. So, I don't understand. If you didn't fully budget it, you still went up 85,000. I hate to see what it was.
Correct. As I discussed, we budget for the full, except for 2021, where we held positions vacant and did not fund them. We budget with the expectation that those positions will be filled. So you're comparing actuals where we would have turnover and vacancies to a budget for a full crew.
So
By way of explanation, if you look at the vacancies, there are 5 of them. And those weren't budgeted the previous year, but they will be budgeted for this year.
No, they weren't budgeted last year because she said that Patrick Cates said that they didn't budget for the full staff in 2021. So they budgeted for less than a full staff.
Yeah, that's why we have vacancies today, because we restored the positions for next year, but we're not to July 1st yet. So we can't, they've come and requested a few positions from the board be funded, I think for Kids Club and a Parks person, but those positions would still show as vacant because we're still in fiscal year 2021.
So as I understand it, these, in talking with Scott Morgan again, our community services manager, he indicated that he actually had to furlough 22 employees during the COVID process and froze 11 positions open as well. Is that so? These 5 positions that are here, that would be in that number. Is that correct?
Terry Wood for the record. Yes, they'd still, if they have not, there's only a few positions that have been restored this fiscal year, and they would still remain vacant. We can't fill a position that wasn't funded.
I did want to indicate or notice that back on page 77 of this, the increase in fees for the Tahoe or the Topaz campground kiosk added $5,000 due to that self-serve kiosk versus a cash basis. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that. And so I would think that when we add that self-service kiosk to the, once again, to the shooting range, which I alluded to earlier, we would also see an increase there as well, perhaps.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, moving on. Department 234-810/811 Recreation. Ms. Cartwright.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. On page 81 of your binder, we have the Recreation Department. This is the department that runs the youth and adult sports programs, as well as other recreation programs within the county. The expenses start on page 83 of your packet.
So when I look at page 81, we have an assistant director of community services, but I understand that that position has been filled in J.T. Chevalier out of Genoa. Is that correct?
Terry Willoughby for the record. Yes, that has been, that is correct. It is included, that change is included in the tentative budget. I made that happen right before we went to print, so obviously this is outdated, but the position has been filled.
Thank you. So I take it also that these recreation leaders that are part-time positions and vacant right now, well, we have a tremendous amount of them. I didn't realize on the second page there. Hopefully those will, I would assume those will all come back into play as we get our community center back open again through this COVID thing.
Terry Willoughby for the record, that's correct. We put them in next year's fiscal year with the anticipation that everything would be at 100%. And so the employees would be coming back. Yeah.
Any further questions from the board? Moving on to item 234-812 Kale Community Center in the binder, page 87.
Wow, once again, a lot of vacancies there.
These are inclusive of held positions and true vacancies. They do have a difficult time recruiting at Kale because the differential between California minimum wage and our wages. So that is a difficult place to recruit.
But we have lower personal income tax too.
I don't think that most people they don't always do that calculation.
Especially if they live in California and work in Nevada, then they get to pay California for the money that they made in Nevada. Great system.
So I guess, Danny, we should beat that horse again, right? The tremendous increase in salaries.
If there are no more questions from the board, move on to line item 234-813/815 Valley Community and Senior Center. page 91 in the binder. You have the floor.
Thank you, Jenny Cartwright, for the record. This department is the Valley Facility, which is a joint community center and senior center that has several vacancies, but 11.81 FTEs, and the expenses start on page 93.
Now, I guess, we are seeing a tremendous increase, so what Mr. Tarkini is pointing out, increasing in salaries and wages. However, that doesn't equate down to the group insurance, and I would assume because of those are not full-time employees, that we don't pay nearly the benefits we do for a full-time employee. Would that be a correct assumption?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, correct. Those are part-time, non-benefited employees, lots of them, and so we don't pay benefits for them.
Now, if they have to replace workout equipment, does that come under the CIP or does that come under this budget?
There are supplemental requests for those items, and I also believe in the capital improvement program, there is a line item for recurring and like an annual allowance. Those are very expensive machines, so.
If there are no more comments or questions from the board, we'll move on to line item 235, Library Gift Fund, page 97 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. This fund is funded with donations, and those, as we discussed before, are not budgeted. We don't know how much we anticipate receiving, and therefore there is a modest expenditure on page 99 of your packet based on last year's spending of this fund, but the actual spending will be dependent upon the donations received.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, under statute, NRS statute, the library gift fund is under the jurisdiction of the library board.
Ms. Willoughby, as I understood it, though, previously there used to be a library foundation that generated a lot of income as well, a 501c3, and I understand that it's no longer in operation. Am I? Maybe that would be a question for our library director and our chair when they come before us, but do you know anything about that?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, I do not have information on the foundation, so that would definitely be something under the purview of the library chair and the librarian.
Any further questions, comments from the board? Next line item, 236828. Tahoe Douglas Transportation, page 100 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. This fund is a recipient of a portion of the room taxes that we discussed in Fund 234, specifically the 1% transient occupancy tax on lodging in Lake Tahoe. And the expenditures start on page 102. Jenny Cartwright again. I would note that there are no FTEs in this fund, but there is an allocation of a portion of staff time, which is represented by the salaries and wages.
The annual allocation of, I believe it's $35,000 from the general fund, or maybe it's not the general fund, but anyways, the $35,000 to the Tahoe Transportation District, is that indicated in it? Is this where this is indicated?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that's correct. It's 520.130 on page 102 in your binder.
Mr. Cates, how long is that? I think, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't that have a sunset clause on that?
It does, but it escapes me at the moment. It's the length of the, I'll have to get back to you. I can't remember. It does have a sunset clause.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it might be 2024, but I could be mistaken on that. July 1st of 2024 or something of that nature.
Any other comments from the board? Go to line item 240-360/371/372, Justice Court Administrative Assessment. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record. This fund collects administrative assessments from the courts, and some spending in this fund is restricted, which would be augmented in after the finalization of the operating budget, but the expenditures start on page 106. Not many to speak of, just the banking fees for right now.
I see those two line items, East Fork Judicial System and the Justice Court and the Tahoe Justice Court blackjack fees, which we have lost, I guess. Is that what I'm thinking it is? I mean, I don't.
I would have to pull it out. At this moment, it escapes me, and I'll check with Ms. Williams of the court and get the description of that for you.
Any further questions from the board? Next line item, 242-362, China Spring Youth Camp. Ms. Cartwright?
Terry Willoughby for the record. I'm going to be covering this one with Mr. Cates out. We worked with Ms. Garrison on this budget with the anticipation of reduced Medicaid revenues, which is one of her major revenue sources. We did some projections based on timing of when the camp might be back to full population, and she has adjusted her budget accordingly. We removed funding for 8 positions next fiscal year. Of course, if the population comes back sooner, we will certainly bring that back to the board to augment in from increased Medicaid revenue. But at this time, as you'll recall, I brought a reduction to the China Spring revenue for the current year, for fiscal year 2021, a few weeks ago, months, something. And that situation continues. And Mr. Cates could probably update you with the most recent action from the state on this. This budget does not include any reductions to state funding, just the reduction in Medicaid revenue.
For the record, Patrick Cates, just to walk you through a couple of things on the Medicaid revenue. I'm looking on page 112, 360.903, NV Medicaid reimbursement. You can see that the adopted budget and the base budget were both over $1 million. During the current fiscal year, we've currently, last time I looked, we're below $300,000 in Medicaid billing. They've been heavily impacted by COVID, the slowdown in the court systems, and a reluctance to place kids in a communal setting have really lowered their census. In the next fiscal year, we have 844,000. We basically looked at what their current rate of Medicaid revenue collection is currently, and we projected that for the first 4 months of next fiscal year, and assumed that we would be recovered after that and it would return to a normal level. That's uncertain. That seems like that's the path we're on in terms of COVID measures, but that's very uncertain. I would also draw your attention 2 lines above that where it says interim funding, $3.8 million. So this is a combination of 2 things. Part of this is a payment from the state that totals about 1.7 of that total. And the rest of it is assessments on the 16 counties that are served by China Springs. The counties pay those assessments to the state, and the state turns around and transfers that money to China Spring. So of the 1.7 million, as we've talked about in some of our legislative updates, the governor's office has proposed cutting that by 1.1 million. It'd basically bring them down to about $500,000 a year instead of like 1.7. There was this morning the money subcommittee that's hearing this budget. They did a workshop on the Child and Family Services budgets, and they voted to approve the 1.1 cut proposed by the governor. It was a straight party line vote. The Republicans voted to reject the cut. The Democrats voted to approve the cut. That's a subcommittee recommendation. What will then happen later during session is that subcommittee report will come back to the main money committees, Joint Senate Finance, Assembly Ways and Means, and they will decide whether or not they want to accept that. There was a lot of talk in the committee about other funding solutions. I know there's some discussion about using American Rescue Act funds either at the state level or at the local government level to help bridge that. So it remains to be seen what will actually be finally approved by the legislature. But as of this morning, that cut is in the budget for the state and is not reflected in these numbers. So if we do that, that is a massive reduction in the size of the camp. It would reduce the number of beds available. We provided some testimonies to what those numbers are. I don't have them in front of me at the moment, but it's a significant reduction in their capacity to serve the 16 counties. Wouldn't mean the camp would have to be closed, but it would mean it would have to be substantially downsized.
Mr. Cates,
Mr. Cates, so from what you've just told us, we could conclude that this reduction by the state is directly related to COVID and the impact it's had on the state?
For the record, Patrick Cates. So there's two things at play. COVID has impacted the Medicaid reimbursement, severely impacting it this year. We project it'll have some impact next year. The state revenue situation, which was caused by COVID, that resulted in the governor asking for 12% budget cuts of all of his agencies, and Division of Child and Family Services, Health and Human Services proposed this $1.1 million reduction on top of Medicaid reductions to meet the state's financial shortfall, which was caused by COVID. So indirectly, yes.
Mr. Cates, but didn't you mention that they made this decision because China Springs is going to end up substantially higher amount of money than the one in Clark County? And if that is the case, even when COVID is eliminated, there's a very good chance they don't refund this. So this is going to be a recurring expense to us, not just, even if the state uses the America Relief Fund money, it's going to be probably a 1 or 2 year period, and then we're going to have to come up with it from there on out.
For the record, Patrick Cates, yes, that is a very valid observation. The issue of equity and funding between Spring Mountain down in Las Vegas and China Spring has been debated by the legislature for a number of years. This is not specific to COVID. And it's very clear that there's an intent by the legislature that those payments be equal or at least closer together than they are. And I think the expectation is the 16 counties will step up and pay the difference. I think that's their long-term goal.
Mr. Cates, I have a couple of questions here. I had understood that the original intent or the original cut was 1.2 million a year versus what you just indicated, 1.7 million a year.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I may have misspoke. The total funding from the state right now is 1.7 million, and the reduction is 1.2. I think I said 1.1, but it's 1.2. That's correct.
Okay. Does that reduction require a 2/3 vote of the legislature, or it's not a revenue bill, or so it doesn't require that 2/3 vote?
No, it does not.
As I also understand it, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you have? So as I also understand it, is that I understand the differential between Spring Mountain. Is it Spring Mountain in China Spring? But I understand that are the funds per census per individual is actually greater than in Spring Mountain than it is in China Spring. Am I mistaken on that?
For the record, Patrick Cates, based on what I saw from the state's presentation, I think your assessment is correct. If you look at total funding between the two programs, and Spring Mountain has like 100 beds, China Spring has 56 beds. If you look at it on a per bed basis, the Spring Mountain program is actually more expensive. But so the state gives Spring Mountain $500,000 a year. Spring Mountain, the county, Clark County, contributes over $8 million. So their budget's pushing $9 million to serve 100 kids. It definitely, when you look at total funding, there isn't an inequity there, and that has been pointed out in testimony to the committee.
I mean, when you consider the cost of incarceration versus this, I think this is a bargain. But and certainly we want to give these kids an opportunity to get on the straight path versus that path that we don't want them to go down. But what is I know we've been in discussions with the other rural counties, the 15 rural counties plus Washoe that uses this facility. What kind of an indication are we getting out of them as to whether or not they care to up their ante as well in covering this shortfall?
For the record, Patrick Cates, so we're continuing to have ongoing conversations. I think the counties are mixed, but I think in general, they all value the camp. They want to see it continue. They are concerned about increasing costs. When they start looking at it on a per bed basis from their own expenditures, nobody wants to see that go up. But they realize that may be inevitable. I think the big challenge is trying to address this now for the counties, because this is a cut that would go into place July 1st. Here we are trying to settle our own budgets, just like all the other counties are. There's really not enough time to work out a funding plan. And there are some issues that some of the counties have about there's been a lot of new juvenile probation officers in the various counties since China Spring was set up. Well, and I think for some counties at least, Washoe being one of them, done an alternative proposal. We recommended a 12% cut to the camp, which is relatively modest and could be absorbed. And the thought and the request was, this is too sudden and too big of a cut in 1 year for the counties to figure out a good funding plan. And we asked for time to be able to come back with changes to the funding formula. So those are kind of those conversations are ongoing, and that was referred to in the committee as well as in yesterday. I had at lunch I had a meeting with the chair and vice chair of that subcommittee where we discussed all those things. I think that I think that there's pretty universally, even including on the committee members, they see the value of the program, but they want to see change. They want to see this move forward, and they're not being particularly patient about it because it has been an ongoing conversation for years.
So we have, as I understand it, you said 50 beds in China Spring?
56 total.
56. Are the costs that are allocated to each county, or the contribution from each county, are they allocated or are they charged by the occupancy from that particular county, or is it a universal fee that's shared equally amongst all the 16 counties?
For the record, Patrick Cates, it's not based on utilization. It is a formula and statute that is based on the relative size of the school population in each county. So it's a portion. So just for instance, Douglas County's assessment is a little over $100,000. Washoe County, I can't remember the exact number, but they pay over $1 million. So if the counties were to cover this decrease, all the assessments would go up by 50%. So for us, it would be $50,000. That probably wouldn't break the bank, but for somebody like Washoe County, it's like $700,000-800,000.
Thank you.
If I could just add, sorry not to drag this out, but a couple of comments. The legislature right now is closing a lot of budgets with these kinds of reductions in them. And what they're communicating privately is that they'll be reviewing all of those again once they receive their Recovery Act money and once the Economic Forum meets. The Economic Forum is what they have to, those revenue projections are what they have to balance the budget to. The Economic Forum meets in May, and that could swing their revenue projections one way or another. And I think they're going to be reviewing all the cuts they may be passing in these committees and look at restoring them.
So I guess my concern is I think Mr. Turkanian has indicated is that while we might be able to use the American Care or American Relief Act or whatever it's called to cover the shortfall in the interim, okay, those funds are only available to us until December 31st of 2024, as I understand. So therefore, that doesn't really address the issue long term of covering this shortfall. without restoration of those funds from the state. Is that a proper assessment?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that is absolutely correct. Part of what we proposed to the committee was to form this working group. We've already formed a working group, but we would formalize it and actually ask a couple of legislators to participate in it. And one of the things that would be the outcome of that group is making recommendations back to the legislature on the funding formula. That's definitely going to have to change. That's where the political will is at the state long term. But we need time to do it. For them to just enact this next fiscal year is obviously a big problem for the camp and the 16 counties it serves.
Well, I know as we talked, and I also shared this feeling with Ms. Willoughby, is that we take a look at those funds that are available to us, except that while once again it solves a short-term problem, it doesn't resolve the long-term problem, and I think we're looking for more of a long-term solution, even though we're just looking at one budget this year. So anyways, that's my feelings.
Well, the key component here is the state, and the state is in a financial mess. And until they get that corrected, or if they do, this is what we're going to have to be contending with. Do we have any further comments or questions in regard to this?
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. The state's flush with money right now coming from the American Fund Act and also with the everything opening up now. It's a shame that they're looking at areas like China Springs to cut back and deprive those kids of this money.
Any further comments?
I do know that, Mr. Chair, I do know that Mr. Cates has been on top of this situation, has been kind of the go-to guy and the lead guy on, where we are on this thing, and I thank him for that effort.
Well, this has been an ongoing problem in the budget. Last year, they were short on money, and we're wrestling with that. And then this year, we've got this one going on. So it's always the state, and they're the primary source. But at any rate, there's not much we can do about it except deal with it as is. And if something comes out of the blue from some grant or CARES Act or stimulus or whatever, that will resolve the issue. But we can't depend on that. So, okay, what we're going to do is we sent out for lunch, and when Natalie gets back, is it ready? Oh. Well, we can take a small item here. Let's take one more. 244368, Western Nevada Regional Youth. Page 118 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The Western Nevada Regional Youth Center collects property taxes and then pays an assessment, a distribution via Lyon County for those collected revenues. We do get notified in advance of what the assessment's going to be. So this budget's been updated for what we expect to pay out.
And is this a facility?
Yes.
And where is that facility located?
I believe it's in Lyon County. I can get you the exact location.
That's close enough. I've just wondered. I wasn't sure exactly where the facility was located county-wise. That's fine.
And the distribution is set by statute, similar to China Spring.
Any other questions? Okay, it's high noon. We'll take about an hour. Be back at 1 p.m. or 1300 hours military time. And we'll pick up with stormwater management. Thank you. Okay, if we can get Commissioner Rice to quit reminiscing about boot camp. I have fond memories like all, yeah. All 5 commissioners are present. Is everybody ready? We are at stormwater management. And that would start on page 120 of the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Terry Willoughby for the record. I wanted to, there was a comment about blackjack fees, a question, and the courts have sent me the information. It's actually a court case that was blackjack bonding versus, so it's not blackjack fees. It sets certain fees for recording of documents and expedition, and those fees are restricted for certain uses. So I would be happy to provide the information in tomorrow's packet.
It's not necessary. Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. I appreciate, once again, I commend you for your follow-up. It's very refreshing, but no, the name just stuck out, and I was just curious about what that was, and in case any members of the public wanted to know, so that information's good. Thank you.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We are on page 119 of your packet for stormwater management. This fund has a transfer in from the general fund of $1,105,000 and no current expenditures. You will see projects through the capital improvement program or any projects that have previously been approved but are not completed will be handled through the adjusted opening fund balance process.
No questions, we'll proceed forward. Next line item is 245-816, erosion control, page 121 of the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is the expense department under stormwater. It's under the same fund, stormwater management. And the expenses start on page 122 of 152 or page 395. $394 in the PDF. This department handles erosion control projects in the Lake Tahoe Basin.
Just for edification, this department was established a year ago? Is it 2 years or a year? It's been 2 years? Never existed before then. And the county got sued by Johnson Lane because of the flash floods coming out of the pine nuts, and they wanted to get retention ponds and things of that nature, and boulders were coming down. So this is how this evolved. Moving on, Department 245-820, Stormwater. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is the department that houses the personnel for the Stormwater Fund. So you'll notice this department has salaries and wages. And then further expenses continue on page 124 of your packet. And again, any major projects are handled through the capital improvement program, and any projects that are underway are augmented in once the actual expenses are realized and the remaining funds bring forward to the next year through the adjusted opening fund balance process.
This is a hard department to budget because of the dynamics of storm waters that come out of the pine nuts. And on the weekends, there's a lot of out-of-staters that go up, and on ATVs, they chew up the ground up there. It's BLM land, and it creates channels that didn't exist before. So when there's a flash flood, you never know where it's going to come from. And then there's other locations that have stormwater considerations as well. They don't know. It's kind of like a fire department. When it happens, they got to go fix it. Any questions?
When I look at the budget item for cell phones, it seems to be a little high to me.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. That is based on the fiscal year 2020 actual spend, so I can get you some details of that, but it appears that that was the need in the base year, and that amount is carried forward to the FY22 budget.
Any further questions? Moving to item 246-699, Johnson Lane flood litigation.
Terry Willoughby for the record. You won't see any fiscal year 22 expenditures budgeted for this fund. This was a one-time legal settlement, as the chairman stated, and it was received in fiscal year 20. So we won't be getting any additional money into this fund, so we just continue on until the funds are expended.
Moving to the next item.
So, well, I just wanted to back up just a second here. So we still have $830,000 in that budget, okay? And so whenever we get an item coming forward, this is where these funds will come out of.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Yes, and you'll see some of those in the capital improvement program coming forward.
Next item, 255-675, emergency services. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We are on PDF page 404 or page 132 in your binder. The Emergency Services Department sets aside funds to handle emergency 911 calls, and it is partnered with Fund 256, which is the Emergency Services Equipment Surcharge Fund, which we'll also review immediately following this one. Fund 255 is the fund that has the employees for emergency services, and the expenses start on page 135 of your packet. Excuse me. Yes, 135.
I notice we have a significant amount of vacancies in that department as well. So, are we keeping, with the lack of personnel, are we keeping up with the services that are necessary?
Terry Willoughby for the record. Yes, we did hold positions vacant this fiscal year, but Director Sagan has communicated that he is managing his work life, and we will be reinstating those positions during the next fiscal year. But they do have quite a bit of turnover.
Well, I guess my question is, if we have been handling our emergency services, is it necessary to have these 4 additional positions?
I can bring back a report on the overtime spent. That's probably where you'll see the difference.
These people that handle 911 are a special cut. It's not your normal job, and you have to be psychologically tuned to the fact that you may get some phone call and somebody screaming in desperation, and you have to be typing into a monitor and putting out the 911 call, be calm and collected, and this can happen in an instant. So it's a stressful job, and there's only certain types of people that can handle it, and God bless the ones who can.
So I do see that the overtime pay in the budget. Hopefully, we can reduce some of that by bringing the regular people back into place then, right? So, overtime costs us more money, obviously, than just a regular pay.
Terry will be for the record. There's obviously a trade-off at some point when you need to bring people back to diminish the overtime.
Okay, any further questions? Line item 256-678, 911 surcharge. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We are on page 142 of your binder, or 414 of the PDF. And as I mentioned, this is a partner fund to the Emergency 911 Fund 255. It is funded through telephone surcharges, and these are assessed against Douglas County, Alpine County, Washoe Tribal Police, and the East Fork Fire Protection District and Tahoe Douglas Fire District. And the expenditures start on page 144 of your packet.
Now we see a huge telephone expense. You know, like, that number just really sticks out.
If there's no further questions, then line item 260-680, senior services. In the binder, it's page 146. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Fund 260, the Senior Services Program, is another program that regularly receives grant funding. So that is not completely reflected in this budget, and we will be making some adjustments prior to the final budget for those portions of the grants that cover the personnel expenses in order to show the true picture of ins and outs that we expect in the operating budget. And the expenditures start on page 150 of your packet. This fund does receive transfers in from the general fund and from room taxes, and those are on page 149 of your packet. Excuse me, the transfers start on page 148.
So I see there that we are gaining a donation of $30,000 from Young at Heart. And so that's something that we anticipate on an annual basis.
Terry Willoughby for the record. They are regular donations every year. And a lot of times, there are things that are collected in the prior year and then by the foundation and then transferred over. So we would know about that amount ahead of time.
Okay, there's no further questions. Let's move on to the section number 2, special revenue funds, supplemental requests. Who wants to handle this supplemental requests? Ms. Willoughby? Mr. Cates?
Terry Willoughby, I need to leave. I have an emergency, but Mr. Cates and Ms. Cartwright will handle
Okay.
this.
Thank you. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The special revenue funds start on tab 2 of your binder. Special revenue fund supplemental requests, and page 426 of the PDF. Let's see if I can get this large enough for us to see on the screen. The first 4 are from Fund 202, which was the first fund that we looked at this morning, the Nevada Cooperative Extension. The first one is the staffing plan change that I mentioned, where they reduced a county-paid FTE or staff and require additional professional services because now UNR will be sending the Cooperative Extension a bill which will be paid under professional services instead of being paid under the former staff line item. The second one for the same fund is to increase programming efforts in the community beekeeping program. They requested an increase of $1,869. The third is for the match for a grant. So they're looking for, they anticipate receiving a grant to upgrade the smart classrooms, and this would be the county's portion. We want to make sure we have set aside for the match for those, for that grant. And then the fourth is for travel that they anticipate increasing. And there's some details on page 6 of 13 of the packet as to those specific needs.
Ask a question with regards to these money that would pay for these supplemental funds. Do they come out of the general account, or do they come out of the balance that's left over in each of these individual?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Today we're looking at special revenue funds, and so the funding for each of these requests would come out of this specific fund. So Fund 202 would be paying for these supplemental items. And
That answers my question. You just have to know what Fund 202 means and 234 and all those other nice names.
the department name is listed next to the fund, if that helps.
For the record, Patrick Cates, just in the case of cooperative extension, there is a special tax increment on property taxes that pays for cooperative extensions, and every county has that allocation under law.
And the next request is for the social services exterior signage. This was an item that did not get incorporated into previous work that was done on the building, and so they want to make sure that it is clearly identified. This is the building by Lambie Park, and it does not have exterior signage that clearly indicates that we occupy that building and that it is part of social services.
This was also included in the general fund to have that building painted. You might recall that as well, so.
I can't find the backup, Mr. Cates, on the Parks Development Campground Feasibility Study. Do you know anything about this?
Yeah, it's on page 12 of your packet. So this came from the Parks and Recs Commission. You know, campgrounds are potentially good moneymakers. We do pretty well at the campground down in Topaz. So they want to do a feasibility study for elsewhere in the county where they could consider developing a campground.
Thank you.
Ms. Cartwright, did you indicate that, so we're looking at a total down at the bottom here of $601,000. These are funds that are existing as residual within these areas, or is this new funding?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. These amounts can be funded with the excess of current resources versus current expenditures or obligations, or their existing fund balance, as indicated on the fund balance worksheet that we looked at yesterday. Just to run down what those numbers are for Fund 202, the Nevada Cooperative Extension, they have an excess of contributions over uses of $81,202. So all of these supplemental requests could be funded within their current operations without using any of their fund balance. Social services does show a deficit in their current operations of $614,002, in part because we don't have the grant revenues in there to cover the personnel expenses. And they have a total fund balance of $412,000 that will improve by the time we get to the final budget. But their request is $5,000, so could be funded with that fund balance. Fund 234, the Parks Operations, is part of the room tax fund. So all 5 of the supplemental requests totaling $540,000 for room tax can be funded out of their current excess of contributions over uses. They have a $564,780 excess. So all of those requests would fit within their current operating budget. And then for Emergency Services, Fund 255, they are currently showing a deficit of $14,563 in current uses over current contributions. However, they have a $1.5 million fund balance, so this $21,466 could be funded from that as a one-time use.
Okay, so if I understand the procedure here, is that if these requests were coming to us in the middle of the year, then out of their existing funds, we would be doing augmentations versus the fact that we're doing a new budget going into the next year, and so then it becomes a supplemental out of those funds versus an augmentation. Is that correct, Mr. Cates?
Yes, that is correct. If I could just also add, as I think we touched on yesterday, according to the board policy, those ongoing expenses, we always want to see those paid out of existing annual revenue. But the ones that are one-time costs, that's appropriate to look at fund balance because it's just a one-time expenditure, not an ongoing expense. And I think either way with these funds, there's enough money to work with to fund all these if that's the desire of the board.
So these would actually be realized by savings within that department from other years. Is that the way I'm looking at it?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. In most cases, they're going to be funded with receiving enough revenue in the current year to cover current year's normal operations, plus leaving room for some of these one-time items. So unless I noted that the fund was operating at a current deficit for the current year's operations, they will be funded within the current year's revenues.
Any further questions? Let's move on to Debt Services Fund. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Debt services begins on PDF page 438. It is tab 3 in your binder. The county has one debt services fund, and it exists to accumulate monies for the payment of debt service on bonds. So it collects money from all the other funds within the county and then makes payments to service the debts. Those are listed on page 2 of 7. And then you'll notice that there's lots of transfers in to receive the debt service payments from the relevant funds, and then the payments out to the bond.
So there appears to be a huge $861,000, 862,000. Well, these last two on page 3 are almost $2 million. I'm sorry, what does the MTF stand for? Community Center MTF? On page 6.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I am not familiar with that acronym, but we will make sure we spell it out for you. And I can certainly find out. Medium-term financing.
If there are no further questions, we'll move on to tab number 4 in the binder and enterprise funds. Ms. Cartwright? Let's start with the regional water system. That'll be page 2 in the binder.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Fund 324 covers the regional water system. The revenues come from user fees for water provided, and then the expenses start on page 4 of your packet. This fund itself does not have any FTEs designated to it, but through the the allocation of biweekly salaries, it does have a small amount of salaries charged to it.
Can you just tell me what the CWSC under the revenue?
Carson Water Subconservancy District, I think. I don't know why that's a C.
No further questions. Move on to item 325-865, sewer utility, page 7 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Again, the sewer utility in Fund 325 does not have positions assigned directly to it, but does have costs allocated through biweekly payroll. And the revenues are through sewer use fees, and the expenses start on page 9 of your packet.
Now, as I understand it, at some point in time, we are going to have, once that facility is completely functional, we're going to be shifting some of our sewer treatment from Carson City back to ourselves. Is that correct? Do we have an anticipated date on that? And that would certainly increase our revenues, would it not? Or at least reduce our expenses, maybe?
For the record, Patrick Cates, you are correct. Currently, Carson City is treating effluent, I know from Clear Creek. I'm not sure if that stretches into the Topsy area or not, but I know they're taking Clear Creek wastewater right now. And as soon as that is up and functioning, that will end. I don't know about the revenue side, but we should be saving expenditures for what we're paying Carson City to treat that now.
Any further
noticed
questions?
I notice that's a big chunk of change that we're in salaries and wages. I don't know if Mr. Tarkanian noticed.
If there are no further questions, we'll move on to line item 328-849, Douglas County Water Utility. That'd be page 14 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Once again, no FTEs directly in this fund, but cost allocated through biweekly payroll. The revenues are collected through water user fees, and being an enterprise fund, the rates are set to recover the expenses associated with providing that service, and the expenses start on page 17 of your binder, or page 461 of the PDF.
I can't help but notice that we're seeing a huge increase in late charges on that item. From 2020 base of 932 with an adopted budget of 10,000 this last year, and now looking at 17, close to 17,000. So can't help but wonder whether or not that might be somehow COVID related. I don't know.
Maybe I can, those rates were instituted in the last year, year and a half, and this may be some catch-up that they're getting into that account. It was a huge project that the county undertook.
I guess my comments, Mr. Chair, were directed at the late charges that on that item. So I don't.
Well, the line item says what it is, so I cannot account for delinquent charges.
For the record, Patrick Cates, this should have some notes in it. We can go back and make sure that's clarified. But I do know that we have seen a small uptick in late charges, which is likely COVID related. We're seeing that with other utilities as well. We were contacted by NV Energy, and we actually used some CARES Act funds to assist people that were behind on their power bills as a result of COVID.
I think we need to be sensitive to the, citizens of our county and understanding that, as well. So if that is, loss of jobs or whatever, I don't want to be shutting off water.
Well,
It's a critical
Commissioner
need.
Gardner, of course, we're sensitive to it, and there are programs that are being implemented to help people with that. Mortgages, rent, having them abated for a while. And so then somebody else has to eat the cost. And we're aware of that. So, but from the budget standpoint, let's move on. Okay, this would be tab 5 in the binder, enterprise funds.
I'm sorry, did we skip over 360, the Minden Tahoe Airport?
Item 360611, Minden Tahoe Airport, starts on page 23. It's under tab 5. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is an enterprise fund that receives significant grant revenues for airport improvements. You'll notice that is not in this budget. That will be covered in the capital improvement program and augmented in as actual grant revenue is realized. So just wanted to point that out. That revenue is on page 24 of 28 in your binder. And then the expenditures start on page 25. All employees in this fund are contracted employees, so there are no county FTEs in Fund 360.
Mr. Cates, do we know when, is this contract coming up for renewal shortly, or what's our date on that?
I'd have to look that up. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Any further questions? Move on to tab 5, enterprise funds, supplement. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The enterprise fund supplemental requests begin on PDF page 473 or tab 5 in your packet. There are a total of 4 requests. One for the sewer utility to do a wastewater condition facility assessment for $118,000. One for the water utility for new meters. I don't know what MXU stands for off the top of my head. And connection supplies for $86,469. And then 2 from the airport, one for a taxi lane rehabilitation for $18,750, and 1 for rehabilitation of the P51 court, which is the street taxi lanes between the hangars for $300,000.
Mr. Cates, offhand, is the parking lot part of the airport? And because that thing has to be repaved. It's in bad shape. And would that fall in this category or where?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I would assume it's part of the airport, but I can check with the folks at the airport and see where that stands. I'm not sure if that falls under facilities. It should be airport, I would think.
And so, Ms. Cartwright, where would this $500,000 come from?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Enterprise funds, similar to special revenue funds, are funded within their own fund. So they would come from within each fund as requested in the supplemental requests. To go through the fund balances and current operations, Fund 325, the sewer utility, has a current excess of contributions over uses of $1.5 million. Fund 328, the water utility, has an excess of contributions over uses of $3 million. And the airport has an excess of contributions over uses of $380,970.
So we'd be fairly well depleting what the Fund 360 has, while the other two are pretty plush.
Jenny Cartwright for the record, that is for the current year's operations. So overall, the airport has a $2 million fund balance. Jenny Cartwright for the record, and I would point out that the taxi lane rehabilitation is part of a larger project that is anticipated to receive grant funds, and the $18,750 is for the county's portion of the match. And I also received information that the airport contract ends December 21st of 2023.
Any further questions? Move on to tab number 6, internal services funds.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The internal service funds tentative budgets begin on tab 6 of your binder or page 497 of the PDF. And we start with Department 309, which is risk management. This is a department that handles insurance and for the county's liability insurance and dental insurance, workers' compensation, and property and liability. It does not have FTEs in it. It does have cost allocation of time through biweekly payroll. And the expenses begin on page 4 of 20 of your binder.
Do you happen to know what WC stands for? On,
Workers' compensation.
Ms. Cartwright or Mr. Cates, would the pool fund expense be in here, or is that its own line item?
So, Mr. Cates, would the, since the, are you, I think we're referring to the swimming pool, Mr. Chair?
No, it's called pool, and several counties pool their funds into this. It's like when we had Tiregate and we lost $1 million. We went to pool to see if we could recover part of that, and I think they paid $500,000 and said we were really stupid, and thank you, and went away. So, but it's not the swimming pool.
Yeah, if you look on page 5 of the packet, those are the premiums that we're paying to pool. It used to be pool pacted workers' comp. We self-insure for workers' comp now, but we still use pool for property and liability insurance.
I don't see it on page 5. What line item are you referring to?
So I'm looking at page 5 under 309 risk management. In the middle of the page, it's 520.124 liability premium. And then it lists out for the airport and the county, RDA. Total on that is $950,000. It's not identified as pool, but that's what that is. That's our liability premiums to pool.
Now, when it says their estimate premiums increased in fiscal year 21 and may increase again, is that based on conversations with our carrier, or how are we anticipating that?
For the record, Patrick Cates, so we do use an insurance broker, and Pool did recently increase our renewals. We have had some payouts, so we are anticipating that they may increase in the future. We also have put Pool on notice, and we're going out to the market seeing what other opportunities we may have for liability insurance coverage.
Any further questions? Moving on to line item 310-818, self-insured dental insurance. Page 9 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. Department 310, 818 is for the county's employee dental insurance. We are self-funded, so premiums are collected in this fund and then used to pay claims.
Any comments or questions? Moving on to line item 313-821, motor pool. Maybe page 12 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. The motor pool is our final internal services fund, and it has several departments within it. One is for the pool vehicles themselves, and then the other is for the vehicle maintenance. So the first department we're looking at is 313-821, which is the motor pool vehicles. This is where the fleet services department either loans out on temporary basis or assigns on a permanent basis certain vehicles to departments, and then those departments are charged. And we've seen that throughout the budget in the last couple of days, where departments are paying their motor pool fees. This fund is where all that revenue comes into. And then they set aside certain amounts of those funds for future vehicle replacement so that we don't get left with old vehicles that we can't afford to replace. There is not FTEs directly associated with this fund, but they are cost allocated through biweekly payroll.
Okay, if there's no further questions, move on to line item 313-829, vehicle maintenance. That's page number 16 in the binder. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is the vehicle maintenance department I mentioned, where the fleet services department provides maintenance to all county vehicles. They are charged to the using departments based on number of vehicles and how much they utilize this service. So you may have seen some adjustments to each budget's line item based on their utilization of vehicle maintenance. And again, those revenues from the other using funds are collected here and then used to pay expenses to work on the vehicles.
Mr. Cates, we purchase all of our vehicles, we don't lease them, is that, or what's the process there?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that's correct. We buy our vehicles. I'm not aware that we're leasing any vehicle in the county. If I may add, in my prior life over fleet services with the state, we did experiment with leasing, and we did lease some vehicles. We found it was not as cost effective because you had to pay all the leasing expenses, and if you're going to use a vehicle for its whole life, it made more sense to us to just purchase it. Although we did charge leasing expenses to agencies for those vehicles that were assigned to them.
And what is our expected life on a particular vehicle? Does it vary, or is there do we anticipate like a 3 or 4 year, or is it based on miles?
I'm not sure what standard we're using at the county. I know at the state we did like 100,000 miles or 7 years was typical for a vehicle before we could consider replacement. Do you know if the county, what criteria we're using?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I believe it is different for different vehicles, trucks versus passenger cars. I want to say it's 5 year, but I'm waiting for confirmation on that. I can certainly, 5 to 10 years, depending on the vehicle and how much by experience, we believe their useful life is.
Wes, would you like to talk about a police vehicle?
In all my years, I never broke one.
Well, you arrest arrestees in the back, they throw up, they urinate, try to kick out windows, and they take a beating. So,
That's why you take the regular seat out and you put a hard plastic seat back there. And when that happens, you just take a hose and hose out the back of your car. It makes much better driving for the next 2 hours.
if there are no questions, we'll move on to tab number 7.
Well, I was just gonna say that I hope our drivers of these vehicles are getting the daily call that our warranties are running out, just like I am on my vehicles on a daily basis. So,
If you're lucky, sometimes you get 2 or 3 of those calls. And call blocking doesn't work.
well, and now that I have 2 phones, I'm getting them on both.
Okay, this would be under tab number 7, Internal Services Funds. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We have one request for the Internal Service Fund. It is an item for Fleet Services to purchase an alignment system for doing their front and rear end alignments on the county vehicles. They note in this request that they install tires on approximately install tires approximately 80 times per year. And not only does that cost $5,600 to pay for outside services, but it also requires 2 employees to drive the cars back and forth to the alignment facility. So they note that it would take several years to recoup the costs of this $35,000 request, but saving the time and having the equipment in-house would add that efficiency and over time would recoup.
7 years.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. So the $5,600 is the direct cost, plus adding in that employee time times 80 times 2 employees. So it would be an addition.
I think it's a good idea to bring it in-house, and not only does it save the employees time, but it also protects the life of the tire itself, in the vehicle. So I think it's a good idea.
If there's no further questions, we'll go to tab 8 in the binder, Redevelopment Agency. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. There are 2 different departments within the Redevelopment Agency, Area 2, and they are starting on tab 8 or PDF page 501. The first is Fund 600 that collects the incremental property taxes from the redevelopment area, and that's on page 3 of 8, and then distributes that through to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority through the previously approved agreement, and that's shown on page 4. There is a small cost allocation included in this budget for $2,980. We will be considering whether or not that continues, since the revenues that we're supposed to collect are a pass-through to the Visitors Authority in this fund. And then I'd point out that Fund 601 was established for potential capital projects, but none have been authorized, so that fund doesn't have expenditures or current projects in it. And that's on page 5 of 8. And then page 6 of 8 is the original, it says redevelopment area number 1. This is the original redevelopment area that did have some previously approved capital projects that are ongoing and will be funded through the adjusted opening fund balance process for whatever those projects were approved for but have not yet spent. Those will carry forward into the new year.
Can you explain that to me?
Certainly. So, for example, if a $200,000 capital improvement project is approved in a particular fiscal year, we set aside the entire $200,000 of funding for that project. And if it's not completed within that fiscal year, any unspent funds carry forward.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how this RDA stuff works, okay? RDA 1 has expired, correct?
Can I explain it to you?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
A couple of years ago, the grand jury convened and recommended that RDA 1 in Genoa be dissolved because it was being corrupted by developers. So it became inactive, but there was already a fund balance in there. This money really belonged to the township of Genoa, and they had a couple of projects where they wanted to reinforce the foundation of the church over there and fix the town hall, which they're in the process of doing right now. So that money is in that bucket for Genoa, and they're using it for rehabilitating these buildings that are part of the Genoa Township.
So-
Yeah, go ahead.
So the money that was being generated from RDA 1, which would be the increase in property taxes from the certain area where the development supposedly occurred, I thought that had already stopped, and now that extra money from the property taxes was going to the general fund. Am I mistaken?
Well, now, in an RDA, the taxes are not, they don't increase. The taxes in an RDA stay within the RDA. And so this money that was dedicated to the township of Genoa still is with Genoa, and they're using it to rehabilitate these buildings. It is separate from RDA 2, which is a different animal altogether. Does that help?
I will learn this without wasting you guys' time.
So, Mr. Chair, I have some
Mr.
questions
Carries.
regarding RDA 2. And I know that I share a philosophical difference on this issue with Commissioner Rice, so I will beg his indulgence on this. But anyways, I question as I understand it, as I watch this proceed through our Board of Commissioners, the issue came up before the Board of Commissioners last April, I believe it was, or early May, regarding the approval of the certification of the ballot process for the dissolution of RDA 2. And in that regard, the redevelopment agency, when they met as a board, when the Board of Commissioners met as the redevelopment agency, they had two actions that they could take at that time, as I understand it. A, they could have taken it upon themselves to dissolve RDA 2 without sending it to the ballot. Or two, they could go ahead and send it to the ballot and allow the citizens of this county to vote on that issue as to whether or not they wanted to continue RDA 2 or not. On the very next item on that board agenda, operating as now the Board of Commissioners, not as the redevelopment agency, the Board of Commissioners entered into a tax increment pledge of approximately 1.3 million maximum on an annual basis, pledging that money to the bonding of the event center. I question the legality of whether or not the Board of Commissioners has that authority, which appears that they took, versus the redevelopment agency. And so I would really like to get some legal advice on this, because I don't believe that the Board of Commissioners has the legal authority to enter into an action on behalf of the redevelopment agency, even though they're the same 5 people. So that's why I question whether or not this tax increment pledge is even legal going forward. And I believe that the residents of this county are also asking that same question. I think the actions of the Board of Commissioners at that time, and once again, Mr. Rice, I once again beg your indulgence, but I think it was unconscionable and disingenuous to the voters of this county to send that item to the ballot and then proceed to commit funds of that agency before a vote of the people as to whether or not they wanted to do that or not. So that's a problem I have with this particular area in this budget. Thank you.
Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I'm not sure of the entire timeline of events, but I can tell you it was an initiative petition. And so had there been enough signatures, it would have moved forward to the ballot. Or maybe I'm getting it confused with the other item.
I think you're
That's
getting
what I'm
it wrong,
doing.
yes, because
Yeah,
it was
you're
not an
correct.
initiative, it was
You're
a
right.
referendum.
Right, I am getting it confused. And so, to my knowledge, that the DA's office has been involved in this process throughout all of the items and has provided legal advice to the board. Obviously, if it was illegal, the district attorney's office would have said that. To my knowledge, that was never expressed. And in fact, there was opinions on the record at that time that what the board was doing could be done if they so choose. And that's what I can say with regards to that today. I'm not aware of any illegal action. I'm only aware of the DA's office taking and advising the board that they had various options, and the board ultimately made the decision that they did.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. So I have 2 remaining questions then. Number 1, we haven't seen that tax increment pledge. This board hasn't seen that document. And so I'd like to know when the bonding took place of the event center and how it interplays with this particular tax increment pledge. And my other question is if the board can enter into a tax increment pledge, do they have the legal authority to rescind that tax increment pledge?
We're getting into an arena where this is way beyond the budget, and we don't have the answers to these questions. And LTVA was the driver behind this whole financing thing. So this would probably be best brought up as an agenda item, and we're going to have to get the DA's office in here to discuss it. But we don't know these answers here, and for getting through the budget, we know now what it is in a dollar amount. So if we could just forge on ahead and then deal with this later at a board meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I respect that. I agree that would be the proper way to go. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, moving on to tab number 9, is that next? capital projects, tentative budget. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. This is on tab 9 of your binder or page 509 of the PDF. I will kind of preview this. There's not a lot to speak of in these funds because they are primarily capital projects, which you'll be exploring in the upcoming capital improvement project or program presentation. So what you see here is sort of a shell or a template of those funds that will be having the county's capital projects added to them through the CIP. So starting on page 3 of 21, we have Fund 405, which is the capital projects funded from property taxes or ad valorem taxes. So we're anticipating a $1.633 million revenue, and then noticeably there's a transfer out of that fund for the community center bond on page 4. Those are the two main items in that fund. Moving to Fund 410, the county construction. This is the fund where we manage the county's capital projects. So if a general fund department has a capital project, it would show up here. So we have revenues starting on page 6, primarily from the gaming, the local county gaming revenues. And then a small transfer in from the general fund. This is actually for reserves for the radio user fees. We're setting aside funds in the county construction to make sure that we have enough set aside to replace the radio system when that time comes. And then the expenditures on page 7 really just have the banking fees for now. Taking turns. Continuing to Fund 410, Department 757, Gaming Technology. These are county construction funds that are funded by gaming tax, and there is really nothing in that budget as of today. No projected revenues or expenditures in that fund. And then 758, starting on page 10. For some reason, that seems to be duplicated. Oh, this is the maintenance. These are funds collected from gaming taxes that are set aside for certain maintenance projects. And again, this will be covered under the capital improvement program. This fund has no FTEs or staff assigned directly to it.
I'm sorry. Ms. Cartwright, can we go back to ad valorem capital projects? The transfers out of $1,042,500 to the bond for the community center. Do we have do we know what the sunset date is on that one?
Jenny Cartwright for the record. I don't off the top of my head, but I can sure get it for you here fairly soon.
What page and what document are we in right now?
Jenny
Tab.
Cartwright for the record. We are on tab 9, the capital project funds. There are 21 pages in this section, and I just led us through pages 1 through 11. Oh. You don't have a tab 9. I apologize for that. We will make sure to get you a copy. And Jenny Cartwright, for the record, the community center bonds end in fiscal year '23, so we have one more year after the year we're budgeting to pay the bonds on the community center and be done.
Ms. Cartwright, what was it, do you have any, what was the term of that bond? I mean, how many years, do you know? Did it say in there?
10 years.
10-year bond, okay.
And 10 years, so what was the cost of that? I wasn't around when we did that.
I want to just say that it was around 13 million because we're paying $1 million a year, but I will get confirmation of that.
Ms. Cartwright, I sent an Excel program to Amy to analyze the real cost of a bond. And if you could, or get that program from her, and you can plug that interest, principal, and time in there and find out what that bond really cost versus just the principal amount. It'd be interesting to find out how much that really cost to finance that.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, I'd be happy to do that. I liken it to the disclosure that you get when you sign your mortgage document. It includes all of the principal and tells you how much, and interest, and tells you how much you're going to pay over the life of the loan. But I'd be happy to look at that with Amy.
Or like when you go into a car dealership and you walked out and you feel like you just got skinned.
And the minute you drive off the parking lot, your car is worth half of what it was when you paid for it, right? So, are we? So where are we going to? 420, 440? Is that where we are? Or okay. You know, I just wanted to step back for just a second there, Mr. Chair, on 420. A lot of our residents don't understand how this park residential construction tax works. For every house that's built, there is a $1,000 mitigation fee for the construction of new parks. And so a lot of people are saying, why are we building parks here or there or wherever? And it's important for us to understand that those fees are coming out of those homes, and so it's dedicated funds that have to be spent in specific areas. Is that a correct assessment, Ms. Cartwright?
Yes, Jenny Cartwright, for the record, yes.
However, once the park is built, that money has no more use, but then the county has to maintain the park after that.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, just looking at the expenses in this fund on page 14 of 21, you'll notice there aren't any right now. That's, again, because these will be added through the capital improvement program.
Any further? Move to line item 430-421, regional transportation. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, starting on PDF page 523, we have the Regional Transportation Fund 430. This is the fund that houses the road project, capital projects. And again, the majority of these will be added in through the capital improvement program. There are no FTEs directly in this fund. They are cost allocated in, or costed in through biweekly payroll. This fund receives property tax revenues and gas tax as the primary funding sources. And then any ongoing projects will be carried forward from prior fiscal years. There is also a $1.1 million transfer in from the general fund noted on the bottom of page 16, consisting of 3 different pieces, I guess we could say. And the expenses start on page 17, but again, not many to speak of without seeing the capital improvement program.
Ms. Cartwright, on page 18, there's a line item called professional services to the tune of $260,000. Would this be contractors?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we had a budget in 2021 of nearly 1.2 million for major repair and maintenance. We're not budgeting anything for 2022. Is that
Jenny
correct?
Cartwright, for the record, that's coming in the capital improvement program.
Any further questions? Go to line item 440-766, 2016, highway bonds. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, Fund 440 was for the highway bonds that are currently being used to complete the Centerville Lane reconstruction project. So being a capital project, that is not in this operating budget. The fund exists, and we do expect some interest earnings on the current fund balance, but other than that, this budget would be handled through capital improvement projects. And I do have an update on the community center bonds. The bond that we were previously discussing with the current transfer to the to pay the bond for over $1 million is the 2013 bond. The original principal amount was $7.8 million, and that will complete in 2023 because it was a 10-year bond. There is also a 2012 community center bond that we are paying principal only. It was $6.75 million in principal and $3.15 million in interest. And it is a 20-year bond, so it will be paid through 2032. There's 2 different bonds going on with the community center.
So there are 2 different bonds for the one facility. Is that correct? I mean, we're not possibly talking about Kale Center here.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, I'm being told this is the community center bond.
I think judging from the size of the community center, that would eliminate Kale.
It is common to have more than one bond in the construction of a large project. You don't necessarily borrow everything day one.
This demonstrates that a bond is extraordinarily expensive. When you start adding back in principal, interest, and time. And anything that we could do pay as you go is a lot less expensive. Thank you.
I understand that, Mr. Chair. Although I'm not a finance guy, I know you are. But, bottom line in this, I'm also trying to figure out how we can proceed with a much needed updated JLEC Center. And so, I think we need to start, I would hope that we start taking a look at that somehow. So.
Agreed. We need to start setting funds aside. And if we can do it this budget cycle, we should start. Thank you. Tab number 10, capital projects. Ms. Cartwright?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, tab 10 of your binder or page 530 of the PDF. There are 2 requests for supplemental items in the capital projects funds. The first is in Fund 405, which is the ad valorem capital projects for $152,128 for the Pittman Terrace water improvements. There are some details of that on page 3 of 4 of your packet. I believe the board is familiar with this item. This would be the county's portion, with $76,063 being paid back to the county over 10 years. So it is noted that while the request is for $152,128, there is $76,063 in reimbursements. So the net cost is $76,065. And the other request is from the Regional Transportation Fund for pavement preservation for $700,000, with details on page 4 of your packet.
Is this for the airport? Parking lot.
So,
This is for roads.
so going back to the ad valorem capital projects, Pittman Terrace, I know that we had a large discussion about this in January, if I recall. This is for that fire suppression system, I believe. And I know at that time we had a lot of mixed feelings in that regard. And we asked staff to go back and talk with the person who, I can't recall his name, but to go back and try to renegotiate this and get buy-in from the other people within that project. And so is this a reflection of those discussions, Mr. Cates, or where are we here?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that's exactly right. That's that project.
I got a question with regards to that, if I'm understanding this process correctly, and this is my first time through it. We proposed to go back and get the homeowners to participate. They had said no, so we said, okay, we can do this other process where we can get them to pay half of it. So this is the second half. The homeowners are paying the other half. My question is, the guy who built the home was going to pay the full amount if we didn't do that. Why can't we get the guy who was supposed to pay the full amount to pick up the rest of this tab instead of the county doing so? We've already saved him 50% of that.
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, sorry, before we go any further, I just wanted to point out that this request is noted that it's being heard in an upcoming board meeting on, when this was prepared, it was scheduled for April 15th. So I believe there will be further discussion on this item. The department has requested that the funding be placed in the operating budget so that should that item be approved at the board, the funding is available starting with fiscal year 22. This being a tentative budget, if something happens at that hearing, we can always take this out for the final budget. So that's noted in the justification of request on page 3. And then also from the description of what's provided here, this appears to be that the county will be paying the $152,000 up front, and then the homeowners will be paying 50% of it back over the next 10 years. So I just want to be clear on those things.
It says it in there. So, but I guess my question is, the homeowner, originally the homeowner who bought this was going to have to pay the full amount.
Mr. Tarkanian?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stand by just a second. DA, is this in litigation?
It's currently not in litigation, but there has been, to my understanding, threat in litigation. So I think to the extent that these questions, they're probably more relevant when it's agendized for your board meeting on April 15th. My understanding is that this is just setting aside that amount. If you don't approve it on the 15th, then it'll come back out.
Commissioner Tarkanian, what we see coming up is another one of these non-meetings, and it's always advice from counsel that we don't want to talk about these things before we know what's going on, because the other side can use it against us.
Besides that, it's not agendized. That's the big one.
So just for clarification though, Mr. Chair, the $152,128, that has already been paid by the single owner in putting in that system, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? And all he's doing now is asking us for a 50% reimbursement of that system. But the system currently exists and has been paid for by the owner, right?
That's the way it appears to be.
For the record, Patrick Cates, that's correct. The homeowner already paid for this and is seeking this for reimbursement, but we'll be able to have a full discussion on that when we bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, those sheets were what she described this morning to explain some of the questions we had from the first day's meeting.
Right. Does anybody have any questions, or has anybody looked at them?
So, Ms. Cartwright, when or where would we begin to allocate funds to set aside for capital improvement projects such as a updated new judicial and law enforcement center?
Mr. Cates can answer that.
For the record, Patrick Cates. So we've gone through all of the tentative budget material and the supplemental requests. The next thing that we were going to cover was the capital improvement projects. I believe, and I'm looking to Jenny to do this, we're going to do that tomorrow. Right. Right. Yeah. So just to state for what she said. So what we need to get done this week for sure is approval of the tentative budget. We've went through some of the supplementals. You don't have to make any decisions on those supplementals today or this week. We'll also go through the CIPs starting tomorrow. You don't have to make a final decision on the CIPs either, as far as what we have to accomplish this week, but you'll at least get exposed to them, have conversations, give us feedback. And Jenny, is there anything else you can add about the plan for tomorrow? Or I know Terry had to leave us, so I'm a little fuzzy on what exactly we're going to do next beyond that.
Jenny Cartwright for the record. We do have some additional binders, more binders, for the capital improvement program. Those will be here. I believe they're available. We could probably get them to you before you leave today if you wanted to have them ahead of tomorrow's meeting. But the plan will be to go over the capital improvement program requests and then talk about the funding available, where that's coming from, and how much might be left over. If you recall, it's the operating budget, supplementals, and then the capital improvement program. And so that would be where the conversation would come in for what might be available for other projects over and above what might already be included in that request that's coming.
For the record, Patrick Cates, if I could just add, so what we plan to do after this week, and you've approved the tentative budgets, we will schedule another special meeting before final budgets are due to have you make some decisions about supplemental and CIP, and then we'll roll that in, and then we'll come back with the final budget, and everything should be pretty wrapped up the way you want to see it, and we'll do that approval in May.
I have a question, sir. Would it be something that we, that we should do today to approve the fiscal tentative budget for Douglas County? I believe would that be what we're supposed to be doing today or another day? I see that the item was for possible action.
For the record, Patrick Cates, Yeah, you need to do it between now and Thursday, but if you're ready, you could approve the tentative budgets without any of the supplementals today, if that's the desire of the board.
If that's the case, I would move that we approve the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget for all of Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds.
I would second it.
Mr. Chair, there are a number of areas here that we've decided we want to, number one, we're going to bring the library board before us. And so I don't know that we're in a position to take this action today because there's a number of items that we need to pull out and go down in specifics.
That's correct, and we're going to have to do it anyway, so this is tentative. In other words, we've reviewed the tentative budget, and we'll get into things that you're talking about before we get into the final budget.
Mr. Chairman, because we can't meet with the library lady before the end of this week, and this budget has to be approved by the end of this week. Tentative budget.
In that regard, I will withdraw my objection.
Yes, I seconded it.
We have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Motion is carried 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. No, we have closing public comment. You have to wait. Would anybody from the public care to speak? Otherwise, Natalie, if you're there, is there anybody online?
Natalie Wood for the record. I do have Ellie Waller on, and she has her hand raised. So I'll go ahead and let her provide public comment. I can't tell, do you have anyone in person that wants to provide? Okay, Ellie, are you there?
Yes, this is Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I wasn't sure how these meetings were going to run. So I did provide some questions to Ms. Willoughby and Ms. Cartwright, and I know they're busy and don't have time to look at them. I would like, for the record, because this is tentative, item number 328-849.520.090 water, increased water demand for Clear Creek. On March 4th, we pulled an item off the consent calendar because they used the word future development. We never had this come back to the board for approval, and commingling water rights gets confusing and should not be a proposed practice now or in the future for projects. So I want that one to be rediscussed for clarity and better understanding of what future means, because there is no project application to date for future and should be a separate project anyway. Second item, I'm requesting that you do not approve any funds be allocated to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority for the South Lake Tahoe Event Center. The citizens of Douglas County voted to dissolve Redevelopment Agency 2, and with the dissolution, the obligation should not be fulfilled. The decision to make this funding allocation before the completion and the tally of the November general election was absurd, irrational, and nonsensical. The appropriate action is to remove the event center funding. I would like this discussed further. Again, this is tentative, and I want to thank Commissioner Gardner for some discussion on it. And furthermore, I do support the request by citizen Dave Nelson. The test of the current enforceability of the tax increment pledge agreement obligation must occur before any expenditures are budgeted in the 2021-22 budget. We request that Douglas County Board of Commissioners suspend the budget and expenditures for the redevelopment agency until they receive clarification on the legal status of the DIPA's obligations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ellie. Natalie Wood, for the record, I don't have any additional attendees for public comment.
If there is no further public comment,
Mr. Chair, I don't know about you, but there was absolutely no way I could understand that public comment. I don't know what we can do to correct that issue. I don't know if we need to redirect the sound coming out of that device versus out of this device, but I treasure public comment, and I want to know what our citizens are feeling about issues, and yet I was unable to understand almost a single word of that. I don't know about my fellow commissioners. Maybe they were better equipped to do so, but I don't know what we can do, but I think we
would
need to
suggest
address
that we
this.
get a hold of IT and let them handle the situation. I agree with you. I couldn't understand a dadgum word.
well, I have to agree with you. I was in the artillery, and I thought that was worse than any camo I ever got.
What'd you say?
I don't know if the recorded message came out better. It's probably garbled in here, but maybe on the final recording, it's more, the clarity is better. So we can try that so that we can find out what Ms. Waller said. But yeah, it would be good to get that fixed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So this meeting has been a little bit of an audio-visual experiment on the fly. We certainly did some testing before the meeting. We made several, well, we meaning SOSU TV and IT, made several changes yesterday to improve this. I'm not sure why we're still having this echo problem, but I'll make sure that they look into it and test it and find a solution, so that sounds better.
It just comes back to you can't beat the in-person meetings. All right. Natalie, nothing further came in? Okay. In that case, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Once again, Ms. Cartwright, thank you very much for your insight into all of this.